You can talk still, just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah.
If you're talking about work.
Okay, good.
Mic check 1 2. Checking the microphone at the podium.
What we used to call them. You had Yukon, you had Long Beach and Castle. Now it's Oak Island. But Long Beach has been up.
Checking the microphone, sitting here at Gainey seat and leaning back.
Cabanas are not there.
Yeah, they got.
And we would come down to that mountain. We would go all the way down to Perry Beach.
2. Checking the mic one more time. Microphone, check 1, 2.
They didn't think about it.
Heights is always correct. Heights. She's always you go ahead and get on the side and so when I was signing it was just
Check 1, 2. Check, check, check.
preparing and me and
Mic check 1, 2.
Well, not the new, but two new and one that's on it. A lot of people are on vacation, well, I don't know our district, but I emailed several directors yesterday and I got feedback that they were on vacation.
Check from Dale's seat, check 1, 2.
Well, what did you think about it?
Checking for Mr. Gainey, seat, check 1, 2.
Everybody, welcome to committee meetings. We are going to start in just a second, and Ms. Fuller, Mr. Barger is calling in. He's traveling today, so he's going to listen in by phone.
Maybe.
It's not working. You have a second.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Try this other number. We're going to call this meeting to order. Good morning, Mr. Barger.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So he's participating by phone today. And the first thing we have on the agenda today is NC Peak, and they're going to be presenting our year one progress on our strategic plan. So I think we pulled them up as well. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
We're doing great. We hope you are.
Yes, we're great. Is that our cue?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You missed the first part. Good morning. Welcome to our committee meeting. So we look forward to hearing about the year one progress on our strategic plan.
Excellent. I will share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Smith, if I may, while they're getting things ready to go, I did want to share that this presentation is a result of the board's desire when we built our 5-year strategic plan to have some kind of accountability check-in at least annually. Initially, we had planned to do it in January, but the board had decided they would prefer this first go-around to do it in July. So this is the first time that NC Peak Education, who was contracted by the board to provide this checkup. So they're going to be presenting for the public and for the board. And the idea is just that we need to have an annual check-in to ensure that our team is progressing forward towards achieving the goals in our strategic plan.
Okay.
Thank you for Superintendent Cole. Is everyone able to hear me and to see the screen appropriately?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So Superintendent Cole and board members, Dr. Taylor and I are certainly honored to be able to continue to work with you and your team on this strategic plan. It's pretty daunting to realize that 1 year has already been completed in your plan, and it's been a year since we've been there with you, but we're very proud to be here with you again today. So Dr. Taylor and I thought we would give you an overview of the process that we have followed with reviewing your evidence and your plan for this year, and we will give you an overview of the process and the progress from your strategic plan. Give me 1 second to see if there we go. So first of all, it was important that Brunswick County Schools provide us evidence of the progress on each priority and goal. And your team has done a super job with that and providing that to us. And we've been able to look through the data and look through the evidence is provided to see your progress. We reviewed the data. It's been important for us to share with you that the two of us reviewed the priorities, the goals, the actions, and all the metrics individually. As two reviewers, we wanted to examine the data and rate and give feedback individually to ensure some inter-rater reliability for you, and then we came together as a team as we collaborated on the final evidences. So your team shared all the available data as of July, and you're fully aware, I am sure, that some of the data points from the state have not been certified. They're not available to you for maybe public consumption yet, till later in the fall. So if we were unable to review data points to support a priority or a goal, we indicated that as DNA, data not available. Also, when we rated each priority and goal and action item, we used a rubric and we indicated progress based on limited progress all the way through met goal or exceeded goals. I'll have to say, it is very evident to us that the Brunswick County team has been focused this year, very deliberately focused on the priorities within your strategic plan. And it was very evident to us that each director or each team lead was able to provide us with actually a lot of data to support each of the priorities and the action items within the strategic plan. We're also very proud to say that it is evident that this Brunswick built theme that you built and this tagline was clearly the focus of every department in Brunswick County Schools. Dr. Taylor is going to take over here and highlight for you some of the priorities, or all of the priorities, but some things that we thought were highlights from each progress point. So Dr. Taylor?
Yes, thank you. And you have access in your materials to all of the evidences, the rubric, and all of the ratings that we provided. But as Dr. Reinhardt and I reviewed the data and looking at priority 1, student success, there's no data available to see kind of what those final reports were at this point, but we did see a lot of evidence that there are really some very strong structures in place. They have really done a lot to lay the groundwork, improving instructional quality, making sure that the adopted curriculum and that they were aligned across all of their schools in the district, focus on supporting differentiated instruction. And then one of the focus areas was on increased work-based learning, and that was one area that we saw tremendous increases in the number of students in CTE classes, your career and technical education program, and then a lot of evidence of career planning that has taken place in Major Clarity. Priority 2 focused on student services. There once again was a very demonstrated district-wide focus there on student wellness, social emotional development, and responsive counseling systems. Priority 3 focused on community engagement. Once again, this is one of those areas that we did see a lot of growth in, especially with partnerships and that focus on expanding internships and opportunities for students. Also, a lot was shared online via digital communications through various avenues. Quality staff, this was really focused on building teachers and encouraging teachers to come back to Brunswick after they graduate, focus on retaining teachers and that beginning teacher support. And once again, we saw a lot of groundwork that has been laid to try to help stabilize that long-term workforce development opportunities. Priority 5, effective, efficient operations, focuses on financial audits, infrastructure updates, maintaining safe and well-maintained schools. We did see a lot of evidence in that, but I think one of the things that Brunswick has learned, and you see this quite a bit, is as you work the plan, sometimes there are goals that maybe need to be tweaked or metrics that need to be tweaked. And so I think as we have gone through that we will see a couple of tweaks to the plan moving forward.
So, as Dr. Taylor said, you have copies of that data in your cover letter, and you also have a copy of the spreadsheet and the rubric and the indicators that we use to say whether you were making progress or not. So, I'll turn it back to you, Board, Superintendent Cole.
Okay, thank you.
Where was the rubric? What cover letter is she referring to? I didn't see it on my laptop when
Okay. The rubric is the,
I know what it is, but where is it?
if you don't have it in your materials, I'll have to provide it to you after the meeting.
Okay. That would have been helpful to have had it before the meetings. We could have.
Yeah, was it something that they provided? Was it an email? I don't ever remember seeing anything.
The materials, Jill, that you guys provided to Tori, did it not include the matrix that you used for scoring?
Yes, there was, what we shipped was the cover letter with a link to this particular rubric that you see on the screen.
Yeah,
It's
that's,
in the cover letter?
that, I didn't realize that that was not shared separately, so I was just linking the presentation, so that's my fault.
Can you blow that up, Jill?
I will do my very best. That's 150. Is that pretty good?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what we've been referencing the whole time. That each priority, we indicated whether you were making, as I said, all the way from limited progress to met your goals or exceeded your goals. And as you can see through here, there are some DNAs because the data was not available. We've mentioned that. There is actually a lot of adequate progress being made, only a very limited amount. I believe there were 2 action items with limited progress. And there, as you can see, a lot of met and exceeded goals there throughout your whole entire strategic plan. That should be available to you in those attachments and in the link that we sent. Is there anything you would like for us to review specifically at this point?
Well, Tori's gonna make sure that, those items are shared with you, and certainly.
They have it in their inbox now.
Okay, so, as you, I'm sorry about that, I thought that had been shared with you, but, if you develop questions about this information after this meeting, I mean, obviously, we can, direct those to NCP and we can get answers for you. I would say in particular, the areas, that we had limited progress in, could you just kind of walk through those?
That's what I was gonna ask, because she told us a lot of glows,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah, there were a lot of glows, you're right.
a lot of glows, and that's positive, but was there anything that stood out to you as a grow, like?
Well, so let's say this, one of the things that Dr. Taylor pointed out, that in year 1, sometimes you have to look back and say, did we set the goal appropriately? Were the metrics set appropriately? And I'm gonna say that there are a lot of glows because overall, we can see evidence that every single priority, every single goal, and every single action item has been given attention this year, and maybe I could say full attention. It's just that you can't realize significant progress in every single metric in 1 year. So with that said, and there may be, if Jonathan or Molly's in the room, that they can add to this, but we also, like for instance, 2.1, we indicated that that was limited progress, but we weren't surprised by it since it's just year 1. And in our notes, we indicated that data shared through March, the data shared with us as of March of 2025 shows that the discipline rates are pretty much maintaining their previous levels, but progress has been made to identify all of those action items. And from our end, that's all that we can indicate. There may be other details where we've not been present for a year that Jonathan or Molly or somebody on the team could share. Another one, beginning teacher retention data. There, you've got data to indicate that you've got a great start. There's evidence in place to support it and to continue support BTs, but it's one of the ones, that there was really no indication that you got a really good start on that. And your HR, director indicated that with us, in the data and the evidence that was shared. But those are the only two that we put limited progress on. Some of them, there's one not applicable here. There's not been a local, survey, for, I believe that one, that local survey was for, like a local and not a state survey on teacher satisfaction and that kind of thing. And y'all can correct me if I'm not correct on that. But otherwise, you've got adequate progress everywhere. You've got some goals. We even had to go into our rubric and add an exceeded goal beyond met, just because there were some numbers that indicated that you were just beyond meeting your year one metrics.
That's awesome. That's good news.
Other questions? Anything you want to add to that, Dr. Taylor, that I forgot?
No, I will say if you scroll down to the bottom, and look at that 4.3 that was not applicable, in the action steps, that survey was not scheduled to be implemented this year, so they were doing some preliminary work. So there's really no data to report there, so that's just kind of indicates, I think they're still on track, but the survey is not scheduled to be completed and implemented until next year. Also on the financial audits, and I think Superintendent Cole will probably address this with you as well. But we really, as we read that and looked at the goal, it was the number of audits with no findings, and so we really recommend revising that to percent of audits with no findings, because I think the way it was reported and the way it was originally stated was a little confusing. So, recommended some tweaks for some different items moving forward.
I'll also add this, in these areas where we've indicated the data was not available, we had multiple conversations about how to report that back to you here in July. And since you chose to have this initial report in July, this will be a stronger report in January because of the data and coming in from the state and being certified by the state that we could report and add into this report.
So on 4.3, when you say local survey, in my head, that means maybe like an informal teacher working conditions survey type of thing.
The intent is for that to assess the local working conditions for all positions
All
that are not
employees.
covered by the teacher working
Okay.
conditions, so our administrators,
Right,
classified staff.
so everybody. Would the teacher still be included in that, or it's just everybody else?
No,
that
everyone
not
else in
included in
our,
teacher working conditions survey? Okay.
Weren't we doing off-year local teacher surveys?
For the most part at the school level.
Yeah.
We were not doing it as a district. Typically what happens is at the school level, they'll have metrics in their school improvement plan that involve improving teacher working conditions at their specific school. And one of the indicators of success is that the percentage of agreement on a particular statement from the state TWC will grow. So in the off years, we've allowed the schools to have their own local surveys at the school level, and then we just use the state survey every other year. The problem with that is it leaves out everybody else.
Right.
So the idea was, let's create, if we're gonna create a district local survey, let's get some data from the people that don't have a voice in the teacher working condition survey.
And they all should have a voice.
Mm.
that's
So
good.
the local off-year surveys we do at the school level, is that shared, who is that shared with? Anyone? I mean, is it?
I mean, it's shared with, many times, if it's a goal in their school improvement plan, it's aligned to the principal's professional development plan goal, in which case they're using that as a metric for their own success and their own growth, in which case they'll share it with us. I mean, we can have access to it. It's just typically a site-based thing that they're working on. But you would get a report on it when they report on their school improvement plan, if it's in their school improvement plan.
Yeah, because it seemed like I remember there was some discussion that the state TWC
Might go annual.
is just a little too, it's not, often not relevant to
So-
some of the challenges and some of the things that are going on within the district or within the school, correct?
Well, of course,
And then you could,
it's a state survey.
yeah,
And I will say that the state adjusted the teacher working conditions survey the last time, and they cut the number of statements in half, which was a really good idea.
get more participation.
Well, it was like 80 statements, and it had become over the years like this catch-all for like everything that every department at DPI wanted to know something about, and it just kept getting bigger and bigger. And really, it needed to be at the school level. In general, teachers, you know, they don't have a lot of information about what's going on at the district level or the state level. They know their school, you
Yeah.
know, in their classroom, and that's really when the TWC started. That's what it was supposed to be about. And so the state, with input from the superintendents, decided to cut it in half, make it shorter. We've always had really good participation statewide, but it just took too long to take that survey. So they cut it in half, and now all of the statements are specific to the school that the teacher works in. They removed all of the things about state level stuff and district level stuff, so,
'Cause
which I think
teachers-
is a good
yeah.
thing. That's
Yeah.
what they
Yeah.
know the most about.
Well, they would be confused. Does this
Yeah.
mean my school, because my teachers live?
Yeah,
Or
and I
does this
don't-
mean central office? Who does this mean?
Yeah, that happened a lot, and then you get data that's based on teachers that are confused about what the statement is about, and you're making decisions using data that may not be the most accurate, so I think it's a lot better now.
So I just ask a question, in your estimation, are we on track for the next 5 years? I mean, regardless of student outcome obviously is the bottom line. I mean, regardless of all the other things, and we don't have all that information yet, but do you think, in your estimation, that we're on track for the next 4 years down the road as far as the plan?
According to your metrics that you set and the goals that you set, and what you need to reach each year to meet that 5-year overarching goal, then yes. There's certainly evidence that your internal team has used this as their strategic roadmap for mapping out that next 5 years. So we do see and feel that you're significantly on track. But we do want to see the official data when it comes in, because we still don't see the number of schools meeting or exceeding growth or proficiency, graduation rate, and those things that would be included in the data. That's why I mentioned it would be great to see that for January.
Yeah, I think there are definitely a lot of those foundational pieces that have been put in place that would lead toward showing growth and improvements in all of those areas.
Yeah, I would agree.
All right, thank you.
That's good news. Sounds like we have strong structures in place that should lead us where we want to go. Okay, well, thank you both very much. Does anybody else have any questions? Anyone else? Anyone else from the audience have a question?
It's really cool. If I may, it's been said, basically, where focus goes, your energy flows. This right here, being a community-built strategic plan, I can say personally, the people that we work with on a day-to-day basis regularly focus back to this. There's only so much budget, there's only so much energy. When we focus on certain items like these elements here, you are going to see adequate and meeting success, we hope, every year. Maybe not in every area, but that's because we're focused on exactly what the community and you all and our team created together to focus for the next 5 years. So we all see, sometimes when we look at these, it's like, where can we grow? There's areas to grow in any district, in any school, in my own job, in my role, in our roles, but I just want to make sure that everyone in the audience knows and the public knows that we are focused now more than ever, and it's exciting to see because of the steps we're making in just these elements. But the trickle effect of what it could mean for student outcomes over time is pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I hesitate to, I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to lead the discussion or whatever, obviously, but we created this 5-year strategic plan together. I mean, the community was involved, the staff was involved, the district team was involved, the board was involved. We put a plan together that we felt like would lead to the student learning outcomes that we desire. And we believe that it will, but it's not gonna happen in 1 year. It's a 5-year plan for a reason. And if it doesn't, then we'll have to make adjustments and we'll have to try different work. I mean, in the end, it's scientific method. We're trying to find out what will get us to where we wanna be, you know. But right now, I think what this report clearly, I think, supports is that our team is doing a great job of enacting and implementing the plan that we all created together. It's not just a thing on the wall that is never referred to. This is what we are doing. This is what guides our work.
Well, I think the fact that we have exceeded in several areas in just 1 year says a lot too. So kudos to all the teams that work to make this happen, because that's where it starts. So, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you in January.
All right, you all have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
too. And so I think next on our agenda, we have Mr. Pascal. He's going to be talking to us about Ed Minimum and Study Island contracts.
All right, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
So we've got a few things, then we've got policy, so we're all going to be up and down working through today's agenda. This first one is a contract. We use Study Island. You'll see in the policy that we're going to present to you here shortly. We use Study Island and Edmentum as our main source for credit recovery, but it's also used in all of our high schools as well for any students who might be on a Tier 2 or Tier 3 MTSS step as well. So what that means is in a class, if a kid is out, they might be on homebound or they might be out for an extended period of time, teachers are trained to set up an Edmentum at the high school level course module, and students can access curriculum where there's actually video instruction, some tutorials, and then some assessments as well. The biggest use though is credit recovery. We are looking to finalize this contract, which will just extend it for the next year, and then we will most likely do this every year. I tried to get a deal to make it even cheaper every year. By extending it, we ended up going with this contract before you. So just asking for approval. It is over the monetary amount that we have to ask for board approval, but this would be for the next 3 years, gave us the deal of $109,000 per year.
I have a question. Do you have any data on how many students are actually impacted by this investment?
Yeah, I can get that for you. Jeannie Timken has all the data on and the number of students that are impacted on a regular basis. I did not bring it today, but this is something that every single high school student could have access to through their teacher's classroom. So at all 5 high schools, they can offer it. And then if any time a student needs credit recovery, if they did fail a course, this would be offered. And then also on top of that, I didn't mention, I believe it's in the top part of the section. It's also what we house our Brunswick Virtual Academy. So any of our students, which we've had, Jeannie will most likely be presenting some of that information here soon. I know one of our board members asked actually for a little bit more explanation on what BVA is, Brunswick Virtual Academy. We're expanding that. I don't want to speak too quickly, but we're expanding that more than what we had in the past, which was mainly for at risk of dropping out, students who might be at risk. Now, because we're expanding it, not just for our students that are at risk of dropping out or possible alternative placements due to some sort of disciplinary action, we also are looking to offer it for even more students in our community as well in the future. But more to come on that. But with that, this is our main source for that. So every school system should have some sort of online platform allowing us to work through credit recovery and or some sort of virtual academy. This is the platform we've used for the past several years now. This, as long as I've been here, so almost a decade now.
Is credit recovery done just mainly in the summer?
No, it's throughout the whole year.
Throughout the year.
So in the summer, we've had around 60 students per high school taking on average, more than one class that would be at those high schools for credit recovery. They had failed a course, and now they get the opportunity to go to summer school. This is the platform that allows us to have a licensed teacher in the room, a math teacher and an English teacher typically, or science, and they'll support the students in any of their core subjects to recover credit over the summer. But we do that during the school year as well. If you failed first semester, then they might be placed in a credit recovery class for those classes in second semester.
Is that the same thing as the NovaNet?
It used to be, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
it used to be
Mhm.
NovaNet, okay.
Mhm.
I didn't realize it.
Maybe explain the difference between credit recovery and just failing the class and retaking it.
Yeah, so some students, and obviously in high school with our setup, if a student were to fail, let's say, a Math 2 course, well, if they failed at second semester, then they're moving on in every other class they passed. They struggled with math for that year, whatever it might have been, and they did fine in all their other classes. That first semester of their their junior year, they can be in credit recovery. For some reason they could not make summer school, they might be in credit recovery for Math 2, instead of them being in an entire semester's class and retaking the whole course. We focus on the mastery learning. So what they missed in Math 2, we're going to focus on that in this Edmentum platform. So now it's more strategic, it's more time-bound, and it gives them the opportunity to catch up on that credit that they missed, the mastery that they missed, so that we can get them back into Math 3 their junior year, and hopefully be able to keep them on track to graduate. So it allows us to propel our students forward when they have fallen behind a little bit.
And we have those labs at each high school,
Mhm.
is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, actually, the 3 traditional high schools, not the 2 choice schools. Any students from the choice schools have to go to one of their regional high schools that they live in over the summer. During the school year, they do have it in-house, so they're already on their campus. This is all remote. We have it at school. Typically, we turn it off where they can't work on it at home. Every now and then, homebound students, things like that, we'll open it up with special permission, but typically it's selected by an IP address where they can only work on it at school.
And so all of that is now called Brunswick Virtual Academy
So-
instead of NovaNet Computer Lab?
Well,
Just trying to make
no, good question.
understand.
So Edmentum is used for multiple pieces. It's a tool that we use for Brunswick Virtual Academy,
Gotcha, yeah.
for credit recovery, and something I'm going to tell you all a little bit about here soon on the first read policy, learning recovery. But it's available as a tool, a resource that has curriculum for all of our subjects that is North Carolina approved, that one of our certified teachers has to assign. So they don't get access to just all of it. They have to assign by a specific licensed teacher in Brunswick County.
How many weeks does a credit recovery require?
Typically, we see on average 45 days, so roughly half a semester. You could recover a course in that time. Some students do it faster. Some take the whole semester. We have to, by law, offer some sort of credit recovery option, and it just has to be less than the entire course.
So are you asking for this to be an action item?
Yeah.
Okay.
This would be, approved for a consent.
Oh, consent.
Consent, not right now. We can wait until the beginning of
And I
August.
just emailed the board the usage reports for both programs.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
Is this just high school?
We typically only use it in high school. The only time we use it in middle school is for our alternatively placed students at the Rise Academy at the Coast. Those students do use Edmentum. So it has curriculum all the way down to kindergarten. We typically focus on the high school right now. We're working through Brunswick Virtual Academy and opening up possibly to more students in the future, but more to come on that.
So I understand the advantage to the student to be able to do credit recovery in 5 days, in 45 days, or however long it might take. What is the advantage to the district in that child not, or that student not taking the class again?
Yeah, good question. So in terms of seat time and space, we are a growing district. If any student who barely, because we only allow them to take credit recovery if they failed between a 50 and a 60. So between those, if they've failed tremendously below 50 on their final grade, we make them retake it. So we're talking about students who barely missed the mark in some capacity. So that's why it's strategically about mastery. We then let the credit recovery teacher, who's a licensed teacher, review their grade and then review the course content and choose which units they're going to take. And they can test out of those as well. So that's one piece. If we were to send, like the one example of just summer school alone, all 60 of those students that had at least one or more classes they'd failed back into our classes, you can imagine, obviously, they barely failed. Those class sizes would increase. So there is a direct correlation to class size the following semester. But to me, it's also strategic and better for the student to focus on what they missed, what they didn't master,
That's right.
than going back over the whole curriculum, if they barely missed the mark, between a 50 and a 59.
Because some students in that situation, if they had to retake all their classes because they had a bad semester or most of their classes, they might just drop out just because they're daunted by having to retake the whole thing. And in our opinion, if they were that close to passing, if we can be strategic about what they have to retake and keep them in school, then that's a better choice
Like an intervention.
for the student.
Yeah, it's another,
Like an intervention.
yeah, tier 3 intervention for students who, or tier 2 rather. Tier 3 would be maybe retaken. So yeah, I asked for it to be put on consent approval. And certainly let me know if you have questions before now in the board meeting. And thanks, Molly, for sharing that. I believe I have the next.
Yep.
All right, we are excited about some of our results, and in the advanced placement progress report I have before you, we're gonna walk through some of that. This might seem out of context. I apologize. We were looking at our schedule on committee over the next 2 months when we were going to share this, and we just have so much data coming in that those meetings could be a little bit longer. Since we got this data at the beginning of July, seemed like a good time to share it with y'all. It's all available, unlike some of the state tests. This is a national test by College Board. We're able to share it out early. So Dr. Newman created this along with Dr. Bennett. They are both our AIG and Advanced Studies coordinators, and obviously in conjunction with me, we're going to walk through this today and celebrate some of our work through this. I want to give you the big picture though. In Brunswick County, since Superintendent Cole came, and in my role, we've been focusing at the high school to make sure counselors and teachers are speaking to our students directly about the benefit of taking advanced placement, AP courses, or going to CCP at BCC and taking college courses. We've been very unapologetically direct about what it means for a parent to look at the percentage of pass rate for students who take CCP and the pass rate of taking an AP exam to get college credit, and wanting to be upfront and transparent with parents and students about their choice. If, hypothetically, I had a 50% or even less, 40% chance of getting a college credit based on an advanced placement class, and I had to make a 4 or 5 or a 3, 4 or 5 to get college credit, because that's what you have to get, or if I could go to CCP and get the same GPA now, that wasn't the case years ago, but the same GPA, it's hard for us to argue that if you're not going directly into a field that needs math or directly into a field that might need lit or lang or U.S. history, you might want to consider CCP regardless, right? So that rate is all on you, right? There's no state test, there's no high stake test at the end that only allows you to get access to college credit. You complete the course at BCC, you get the credit. So we've been very direct about parents, you just need to decide, because there are benefits to both. You take an advanced placement course, you might be going into engineering, then maybe take an AP Calc, AP Stat, might prepare you better due to the amount of time that you're in class. The time in instruction is 5 days a week, 90 minutes a day. It is more. Maybe that provides you with more. Maybe it allows you to get credit for a school outside of the state of North Carolina, as opposed to BCC. They're not automatically always going to be accepted. Jamie would tell you otherwise. There are lists, right? You should work through it. But we want to make sure that we're very specific as counselors and teachers, telling exactly the truth of you weighing your options as a parent and a student. But because of that, we saw CCP numbers skyrocket, right? Jamie could tell you, she has shown you the data, The number of students taken has gone through the roof. So usually, you would think we have the X amount of students in Brunswick County that would be interested in taking a college level course. These are considered college level courses. So if you increase CCP, our first gut reaction is, well, we'll probably see a decrease in the number of students taking AP classes. And that was not the case. So we worked on a few different things over the past several years. I'd say since 2001, they've sent even more teachers to advanced placement training over the summer. And then we've had a lot more retention from our AP teachers as well. We've added 2 courses over the past few years, World History and Pre-Calc. Those are 2 AP classes now that are offered to our students. World History we actually offer to even all the way down to freshmen. And sometimes parents are a little nervous about taking an advanced placement course as a freshman. They do have to have a recommendation. But once in, we've seen, obviously, and what you're about to see, more of our students getting a 3, 4, or 5 on the final exam. And then at the bottom, these are some of the new opportunities we've had over the past few years. Send them to NCAP and then the AP institutes that I talked about earlier. There have been waivers for those, tuition waivers that we've received over the past several years to help us send more teachers every summer. And then we've also have a mentorship program. Every new AP teacher has a mentor somewhere in the district, or Dr. Newman is trying to find them someone outside of the district if we don't have anyone in the district with the experience. We've had symposiums and then webinars as well. But this is what some of that work has led to. So we thought we would see a decrease over time. We actually saw a new spike. So from 565 exams taken in advanced placement courses all the way to 2025, you can see the jump in the past 2 years, 831 exams taken last year. I just want to let that resound for a minute. All of my assumptions were wrong. I'd assumed we give parents more opportunity to choose, we tell them the full truth of what the difference is between CCP and AP, and somehow both have increased, CCP numbers and advanced placement.
We'll let you slide on your projection. Slide on your projections. You'll be okay.
I was wrong. I told him I was, I did not expect.
What do you think, what do you attribute that to?
A few different things. I truly believe the intentionality of pushing students where they need, what they need, makes them more comfortable in both areas. So now, if I'm a student who might be successful in CCP, might be successful in AP, I have a choice. And if we start them early enough, like in AP World and over with Jamie in their sophomore year, they have more already. They have more of that veil of uncertainty is broken down. And now I'm willing to take a few more. I'm willing to take a little bit more risk. I'm willing to get that college credit and work for it, clearly.
Well, I think it goes back to the idea of, it was sort of a personal goal or belief of mine that we should want every kid to graduate from high school having completed a job certification and earned at least one college credit at the community college. Just because they get on the community college campus, they have to register, we can still support them because they're not an adult yet. And they get comfortable with the process. But then, once I'm a kid and I've gone to the community college and taken a class and earned a college credit, taking an AP class all of a sudden isn't as intimidating as it was maybe before. So now I'm gonna try this AP class and see how well I can do on that. And I think you have success breeds success, kids gain confidence, and then all of a sudden they start taking more and more in both. Just like Mr. Pasco said.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just a confidence thing.
Yeah, he couldn't have said it better. And strategically, I mean, it's in our strategic plan.
So expectations play.
There you go. Yeah. I think with major clarity as a big focus, making sure that students are aware of it specifically, what their possible outcome could be, and then direct line, how can I get there? When counselors are talking about that and teachers are talking about that, you see an increase in all of these elements. So. I think it's not just one thing. I think it's a lot of what we're doing in that strategic plan. The focus, right, is obviously where our energy is flowing right now.
Well, I think dependent on the college you're going to as well, some students research, some colleges like to see a mix of both.
They do, yeah.
So they like to see AP and CCP. So
Yeah.
That could
Jamie
be.
has said that to me as well. I mean, you'll hear that from CCP folks, you'll hear that from AP Central. They do like to see a well-rounded student. You said it great.
But that's communication and alignment. We're
Yeah.
talking about the right things
Yes.
with the kids.
Right, right.
You know, and
Yeah.
as a result, they're
doing
taking the
their
right
research.
courses.
Yes, yes.
And that's what we want.
So then you cast a bigger net, typically, sometimes. With a larger net, you don't always have, in several cases, maybe the same results. So once again, my assumption was wrong. And we saw an increase in students scoring a 3, 4, or 5 this year, as well as an increase in the total number of students taking AP exams. So this is a direct correlation to improved instruction in AP classes, highly trained teachers getting these numbers. You cannot just, and I taught at advanced placement, I told Mr. Cole my first year, these percents were a dream to me. My 4th year teaching, I was closer up to the top of this range as well. Over time, consistency and knowing what to expect and what students might fail at, right? If we know that they're going to struggle through certain units, our teachers are able to come on the front end of that, scaffold a little bit of their learning on the front end, so that we're going to see some better outcomes throughout. So increased number, casting a bigger net, and yet we still see the percent of students getting college credit with a 3, 4, or 5 increasing up now to 71%. Once again, we're unapologetically telling parents, if you saw a 49% or a 41% pass rate for you to get a college credit, you have to think, like, is this course really for me? Now, if I'm touching 71%, now I'm interested. Like, now the seat time might matter more, the college that I'm going to might matter more, and the major I have might matter more. I have to decide between AP and CCP. Now I have a choice, and that's what we want our kids to have. That's what you all and the strategic plan that we have is allowing us to focus on. So excited to see that. And then I gave you all this. I don't want to go through every individual, but this does have every individual area. You know, you can see dips and increases throughout the past 5 years in biology, chemistry, huge increase there with taking in more students, going from roughly upper 20s to now 41 students, and yet the pass rate is astronomical now, over what it was, the gap is much larger. Did decrease in biology, but we did increase in the number of students back up to close to the what we had before on average. And that usually, by the way, chemistry and biology alternate the years in a lot of schools, so the number of students might fluctuate every other year, because usually you offer one or the other. It's just hard to fill both. Environmental science, a huge increase, also increased back to the 20-some students that we used to have, yet the percent of passing is much higher. You can see it through our language and composition. This is all of our lit and lang is how we refer to it in the school, but our lang scores going up, so this is all right. This is all English. This is the pre-work of English 1 and 2 leading into junior and senior year, seeing higher numbers there. We've been doing pretty well in lit over the past few years overall. And then in math, we do still have some work to do in terms of AB Calc. We offer BC Calc at one of our schools, and the rates are much higher. We can't, College Board doesn't allow us to put in the percent for the AB subscore. They say that although they get a subscore and they do get a pass rate, we can't actually tie it into it. But one of our teachers at one of our schools that teaches AB did get an 83% in 3s, 4s, or 5s for their BC subscore. So they just didn't have the number of students in BC to be able to share. Stat, obviously increasing slightly, still some work to do in those areas. And then in our social studies courses, US, and then government and politics, and then you can see psych and human geography. Still some work to do in psychology. I will say in psychology, a lot of students will take that through CCP as well. So you do have a mix in some of those entry-level, in quote, entry-level social studies courses. So some students do take it. Human geography, we've actually gone all the way down to sophomores and freshmen at times. So it's good to see those still staying high even with younger students. All right. Any questions with the progress of our advanced placement courses? Anybody have any questions? Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Don't think I'm up next.
Jamie Madge.
You got to hear my name a couple times
Yeah.
already. Hi,
There you
Jamie
are.
Madger. Today I'm here, and I don't think I checked the box for consent. So in the past, we've had what we called an MOU for the CCP program. Now the state has come back and said it's going to be called a partnership agreement, and it's going to be yearly. So our MOUs usually be done every 3 years. They want to make sure across the state everybody's talking. The good thing about Brunswick County is we've had MOUs for so many years, at least 18, 20 going back before. So when they came back and said, you have to have this, I was like, oh, we've had it. Is that not normal? And they were like, no, it's not normal. So they gave us a list of what needed to be in it, which was in our MOU. We added a few things, but it makes us have that communication every year, which we're having every week and every month as it is. So it was great. It gave me a chance to update it. Miss Absher gave me insights too, because it falls under the CCP. So you will see me here every June and July to say that we've updated it. Just like you've seen me before, we're just increasing the number of opportunities for our students. We're increasing our workforce classes, our curriculum classes. I am a huge proponent of a student doing both. I will tell you, the students that are getting their associates this past year and next year have both. It's just a well-rounded student. But then we also have the opportunity for those hands-on. I filled up HVAC 1 this fall already. There was 18 spots, and I want to say 15 of them are ours. And so if they want HVAC, I'm gonna find another place to put them.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about the growth that we're seeing on the continuing ed side of the college with CCP and our students. As we've shared before, we felt like that was a really big untapped population in our high schools, is students who plan to go straight to work out of high school, do not plan to go to college. They were not obviously gonna take CCP or AP courses. But more and more, we are getting the word out to them about the continuing ed job certifications they can earn at the community college for free while they're in high school. And they're taking advantage of it. So I think that we're gonna see exponential growth in that area. I hope that we do.
And that's what I did. The state wants to make sure that everybody's aware of it, which I think is why they put in these partnership agreements now every year, because they don't want CCP to be kind of pushed to the wayside. It never has been for us. We have a great team, and our team at BCC that's helping, plus our team at BCS, especially our counselors. We really are, what is your end goal? What is that? And we start and plan what will be for that student individually. And luckily, we have a lot of opportunities. So if you will approve that this year, you will see me again next year.
That's for consent?
It is for consent.
You had said that there were some changes to it. Do you know what they are?
So changes as in, Ms. Absher and I just went through the language. Like, the Learning Center used to be called something else. It's called TLC.
Okay.
But no, sir, nothing major.
No programmatic kind of stuff.
No, sir. They would love for us to be specific and say that Mr. Cole and Dr. Smith are meeting every single date on this date. We were general, they have a monthly meeting, I have a monthly meeting, certain things that just had to be in it for the state. Our transportation, everything from books to transportation, but no, sir, nothing. That's what made it kind of easy this year. We updated a little bit of the language, but we are growing. And every time we go to them and every time they come to us, we figure out a compromise. We just had a meeting yesterday about how to get more students into nursing, and we figured out what we're gonna do. So,
That's good.
thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Ms. White.
Yes. So, the first thing I have is an amendment to our MOA with Coastal Horizons, and I'm excited to say that they have approved us increasing the enrollment in the day treatment program at Bolivia to 15 full-time students, which was 10 previously. And so as a result of that, Coastal Horizons will provide one additional, they're called qualified professionals. They meet the the qualifications to support students with these significant needs in the day treatment environment. So this is on for consent.
So does that mean we're adding another classroom there?
Nope, it's in addition to 5 students, they have plenty of space. We are at, with this, there'll be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 adults for 15 students.
Okay.
So, a minimum of 10 full-time clients, does that mean that is that a minimum or a maximum? Because could we have had more than 10 full-time clients last year?
No, we're increasing it to 10. We could only have up to 10. That was the maximum of 10. I'm sorry.
A maximum
Yeah,
of 10.
yeah.
And we're going now to a maximum of 15, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's great.
It's 5 more placements if we need them.
They have, I know some of you have been there, they've got the suite in Bolivia with multiple rooms, and so they have, I think it's 5 spaces that they can take kids within rooms based on needs and meeting privacy with their therapists and those kinds of things.
Is this an outgrowth of some of the changes that we've been discussing
Yeah,
in regard to?
that's definitely part of it. We also added the SBS class down
New
in the
SBS.
the Waccamaw region, which will be started in staff now with that. So we've done a couple of different things to do that, and then obviously with our increased enrollment in students over time, you know, these kinds of things are that we have to just kind of step up with it. We're very fortunate that in that suite of Bolivia, we've got a lot of space that we can utilize for day treatment students.
And so that's day treatment, but for the SBS classes, currently we have them at Supply, a new one at Waccamaw,
Yes.
and where else? Somewhere in the upper end.
So,
Belleville?
Jesse, no, I'll send you the list for sure
Okay.
across all K-8 schools with that and the numbers
Okay.
with it as well.
But the only new class we've added is Waccamaw.
That's the addition, yes.
And then
Yeah.
we've added 5 spots to
Yeah.
day treatment.
Yeah, so you're looking at an increase of about 13 students to be able to serve with significant needs for the start of the school year.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank
So
you.
that's on for consent.
Okay.
And then the next thing I have is if you were part of, and I'll show you when the dates were, the previous presentations, there is no change to the Parent Bill of Rights. We just have it in our practice that we will update you every year of the procedures that we have in place to follow the Parents' Bill of Rights. And then we also, you'll see in a minute, do this with administrators on a once-a-year basis. So I just have in here linked the legislation. It's very long. I'm not going to read it right now. It's really comprehensive, and I will say it's a really easy read, which is nice. Sometimes legislation is not. So it is something for us that we feel is, by reviewing on a yearly basis, we're able to build capacity in our schools. So in order to be compliant, the board did have to approve some policy changes, and those all occurred in October of 2023. So we're up to date. There were no recommendations in regards to the legislation, as I said, for this school year. So this is going to be, if you're part of any of these previous presentations, this is repeat information with just updated documents for us as a team. Additionally, we do yearly professional development with our principals, and I do that kind of based on the need that occurs. So we're doing our July 28th retreat is next week, and so I'll be doing an activity actually to put them into the legislation and work through, and they're going to do some self-evaluation with each other in regards to what's posted on their webpage, because you're going to see a lot of this is what you have public facing. We had the turnover for the new webpage this year, and we have found that things have gotten lost or didn't load correctly, so we need to test all that now. So we're going to do that next week at retreat, and going to try to make it a little bit of an activity. So these are kind of the big action steps that we had to take and that we continue to update on a year-to-year basis. parental involvement plan is part of the expectation. That's always been the case for Title I schools, have had parent involvement plans. For I can say, I think I can go back officially 25 years, that has been part of what we do in Title I schools. So basically, there's a link in here, and I just kind of shared how I work with principals through this process, where they have a spot on their webpage that shows that they've got an updated parent involvement plan. Again, Title I schools have a process in place. High schools utilize their PAC and their PTO as well. They should consult with any parent group within the school to work on the parent involvement plan. In the footer of their document, they have to show it's done yearly, so they have a date that's in there. And so those are the kinds of ways that we monitor to make sure that we're doing that. And then they have to keep an agenda, sign-in sheets, surveys, anything that they did to collect feedback on this process. The next one is the textbooks for curriculum objectives, teaching the standards essentially. And this is when someone wants to do a review process. So on their webpage, they have a component where they post their particular directions for requesting this, and then we have a certain amount of time, and I'll talk about the time constraints in just a minute, for any kind of a request, and we respond to that within a manner. Utilizing a Google form, you're going to see that I required that through this for our support of the policies, our procedures, because it timestamps everything. So timestamping is really important. You're going to see in the communication. We make sure that we are well under the 10-day requirement, well under. So this is the details, which I will not read to you right now. The biggest part I wanted to note is that a principal, it's in italicized in that first paragraph, a principal within 10 business days shall either provide the requested information, and that's from the previous things that we talked about, which is Section A of the legislation. The best way to do that, like I said, is through the Google form that has the timestamp, and we actually say within 48 hours someone will respond. And it could be, I'm getting this for you, I'm going to contact you by this date to schedule, but we need to communicate back that we've received the notice and that someone is providing some direction within 48 hours. So we're well under that time frame, as I think we should be. I think personally 10 days is awfully long. So I think that that's good. It doesn't mean things always get resolved in that time, but what it means is that we're working through it within 2 days of that. And a lot of times it might be something where you just have to gather more information or you need support from somebody else. This also just talks about parental requests or concerns in general. Each school has their own on their webpage, their place for parents to submit a compliment, a concern, or a complaint as well. And then we also have it at the district level. Tori, will you click in the second paragraph, the here, for just a second? And I just want to show you what it looks like on our current, the new webpage with this. So it very simply says this is what you do, and then they select if they're elementary, middle, or high school, and then we ask them various questions. We have it set up so that when somebody submits that, we get a notice that somebody submitted something on there, and then can get to work on it within our 48 hours as well. So we follow the same process as a district. And I know, when board members have asked about something with a parent or whatever, I've guided you to this page because it helps us document the process. We also want to make sure if we're working with multiple people that we have everything. We created a document and everybody's notes get added to it. So it has been really helpful for us to get organized. If we know we've addressed something already with a parent, we can go back and see what we did last time with it. Did somebody not live up to their agreement? Do we need to re-meet? What do we need to do to basically get to consensus or agreement?
And is that where parents can easily find that? Where would you find this?
Parents at the top.
Under parents,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
under,
Compliments, concerns, and complaints.
okay, perfect.
Typically, if they call in, Tanisha might guide them to that,
Right.
whoever, Joe might guide them.
So we do have parents that, you know, do not have access to technology or not comfortable with the content of that. And then, we could have a situation where somebody completes it for them, and then we just make a note on there. So I've done that with parents before, walked them through that, they weren't comfortable, with the technology with it, so. It's our documentation that it's been addressed, because we need to meet this legislation. And again, 10 days too long, so we do not live by that
Absolutely
rule.
too long. If
No.
I'm a parent and I have a real concern, 10 days is a long time to wait.
Yes, yeah. So, the next part is, part 6, and it talks specifically about clubs and activities. So each school, and this was something that had been an addition and a change over time, they have to have a place, each school, where they post those. So I put a sample from North Brunswick High School, so if you can click that one. Sorry, I should have stole your mouse. This talks about the different clubs or programs that are going on, and then there's a description for it. These are living documents, right? Because things change and evolve at a school at any time. So we'll begin reviewing this at each of our, at our administrative retreat. And what I've got is they're gonna do a peer review of things. So put on a parent hat and look at another schools and see what you see. And then they'll give feedback to each other on that. Thank you. And then the next one is regarding to name changes, specifically the name change of a nickname. So if I am William and I go by Billy, we actually have to have that on record that you have a preferred nickname, and that the parent knows that this is the one that's being used at the school with that. So that's specific to nickname. So we do that kind of as a screener. It's a hard thing to pick up. So new students we do that with, and then we've sent it to all parents at one time. And we did that 2 years ago, and then it rolls over, and once that's there, that's the case.
Can I say something about nickname? Do you think, like, if my name is Stephen,
Mhm.
okay, and I'm called Steve, I don't know that parents think that's a nickname.
It's on the form in
Do you
there.
explain what
We
a
do,
nickname is?
and then they notify, the schools notify the parents, this is coming home, and use an example. If your child is
I mean, it's
Stephen,
what you're generally,
yes,
what the parent would
would
prefer
refer to,
that
yeah.
they be
Yeah.
called by.
Yeah, and we try to do a big screening when they come in. It's like we'll do it with the kindergartners, and then you're kind of walking through that, and then new students with it.
Okay.
And then this is they're not new, we have updated editions for this year that are just now going public after our time here together today. The physical and mental health notification, these are both requirements through the Parents' Bill of Rights, that we had a year essentially to build these. They're very extensive documents. Well, you hit the last one on there. So that's the new one for student achievement, and they follow the same format. So it's down the left side. It talks about, you know, what kind of a question somebody might have, and then how we address it as a district. A lot of this is relinking to our website where we have things, so you kind of hope it gets people comfortable too with where to find information in there with that, but it's pretty extensive. No major changes to this, other than we have to update things like the course catalog. We obviously had to update all of our links with the new website and those kinds of things, but no big major changes were in either of these documents. And I did link the one from the previous year to this year, just so you all would have access to that.
So the course catalogs, I understand, are online. They still have some that are printed. I mean,
They still,
or, I mean,
yeah,
typically, I mean, for some people that can't,
yeah.
or
A lot of it, there's a lot of hyperlinks in it that take them to the resources for it, so they're pretty static with that, but it is, at least has lists if people need to see lists and those kinds of things. Thank you. All right. Does anybody have any questions about that? So after we go through retreat next week, everything should be updated. You can go to the school's website and you should see things within, I would say, a week after that are updated and ready to go for the school year.
you may have answered this and I may have missed it, but do we have a list of all the clubs that are available at all of the schools? Is that list somewhere?
It's on each school's website.
Each school's website?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually have to post that, so.
Mhm. That was the example I showed for North.
Okay, so but we don't have a of
I
all of
could,
them.
if you would like
You
me
don't
to
have
do
to.
I would have to link theirs because they're updating it all the time.
It's okay, no, I can go to each school.
Well, if not, I can just put them all on one page, let me know.
Can I note that form where you read the description of the club was a little awkward to, for me at least, to navigate when I was looking at it.
The North
The
example?
the B section that has the description,
Okay.
it runs, in some descriptions, it stops at the margin, and in other ones, it runs off.
Okay, so they didn't hit the wrapping.
You have
Okay.
to click it, and then
Alright.
it shows up here, and then you have to hit
Okay.
the
They just need to select
space bar
wrapping.
to advance it, and it just
Yeah.
was not, it wasn't user-friendly.
Okay, we'll have that be one of our tests next week that we do, is that anything that's using that Excel format, that the wrapping is turned on, so
Can you
can
go
see
to
it all.
North and hit, and just like scroll down, just to. And different high schools have different clubs.
Right, everybody would have.
Every school has their own,
Yeah.
documentation for this, so this was just, I just pulled one of the examples. It was, there's this it's alphabetized, so it's easy
Yeah.
to find, yeah.
We have, just as a reminder, we do have board policy for those listening online as well, where student-initiated clubs have to be student-initiated. They do have to have an advisor, so there has to be someone who's willing to, basically sit in as a monitor, make sure that students are obviously safe and sound. But they are typically all student-led. The only ones that might not be overall student-led would be something that has a national organization. But those even should still be based on student leadership. So I just want to point that out, that any of these that you see are typically brought by a student. We might have FBLA,
In the
that's
high
a
school,
national.
Right, at the high school.
At the high school level.
It's like DECA's national.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Right. Any other questions? All right, you'll probably hear from me again about this next summer. I think it's good when we have those updated documents, those two at the end, for you to have access to those. They answer a lot of questions for parents. I think I'm next, and I'm gonna invite Ms. Damon and Ms. George to join me. We are going to, as Mr. Pascal said, we get a lot of information, and we wanted to chunk it for you because last year we put this information, some similar information, when we did the EOC report, and it was too much. So we have this pulled out first because we have this data as well. So we're going to work through things. I'm going to start us off with iReady was a K-8 adoption. It was really exciting for us when our elementary and our middle school teachers went through that process, and that we have that alignment across the board. It means we can do more professional development together. We can look at similar data together. It has been really advantageous. So I'm going to talk about some global K-8 trends. Just a reminder, this is our first year with this. This data is going to be most impactful next year when we see the change year over year after a full implementation. Our teachers worked so incredibly hard this year on learning this particular curriculum and received quite a bit of professional development. And so anytime you're working through something, anybody in any field, you get a new software program or something, if you're in the business world, it takes a year and a cycle to go through things when you have that comfort. So we know our teachers left with a strong base, and then seeing where that transfers to next year, we're extremely excited about. So with iReady, we, like I said, have the opportunity to have some K-8 information. There's one caveat, if you went into the details of numbers about things, we're always going to show we've got about 1,000 kids who weren't included in the report. And it's because at the beginning of the year with kindergarten, we wait to assess them until they've been at school for a while, and they don't include them in that beginning of the year window, because that's not what's best for kindergarten. They don't need to walk in the door and take an assessment. So they still take it, and we can look at it individually at the school level, but in regards to the district report, they're out of that window.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So is the iReady, the results coming out of these iReady slides, is that specifically for math?
Just math, yes. It's just math. So what you can see on here is BOY stands for beginning of year, and EOI is end of year. So we have that window at the start where students, you can see, were assessed, and basically they were looking at, if I was a second grader, I was assessed on where I stood being ready for second grade standards. And then the end of the year is the results. So when you look at the green, essentially we're within that school year. So the student is within that time frame of the school year. So we would call them, we talk about MTSS a lot here. That's a tier 1 is working for us. Core instruction is working for those students. And then when you look at the yellow, those are students that are demonstrating on this assessment to be 1 grade level below. Now, I think something also to consider is kindergartners can't be 1 grade level below, right, with that at that point. So they won't show up at the beginning of the year in that because it doesn't qualify. So they don't until they start in 1st grade, and it continues to go, then 2 years, can't start till the next year and back. So in regards to this information, we have about 8% of our students that we have that are significantly at risk of being 3 or more grade levels below, and then that red combined there puts us at 14. So we want to continue to decrease that percentage right there and get that to 5% is what we look at in an MTSS world with a triangle, and really move that. So that's our goal for next year, is to get that red area down to that 5%, decrease the amount that's in the yellow range, and then be at least 80% in the green.
If you were retaining students, would the 1 grade level below, is that a classification of students that would maybe in the past have been retained?
They would, no, they would not, they would just show whatever their current grade level is. That it wouldn't, the system, the data system doesn't know that they've been retained.
So, for folks that are trying to process, what they're looking, put it in context. You had D students, okay, when I was in school. They were promoted. Was a D student like 1 grade level below?
I think, I think that's a hard comparison because grading is so subjective. This is based on the ability that the student showed during this assessment time that's specific, where when we think about grading, the 3 of us could all be teaching 3rd grade, and we could, I would hope not here in Brunswick County, but it could have happened that we all had 3 different assignments, and we asked different things. Maybe I gave an assessment as multiple choice, and Tiffany did it where they had to show their work, and Jen did it where they only needed the right answer. So it's hard to say because those are 3 different expectations, and we know historically grading can be very subjective. We have some things we're actually going to talk to you about today that are making it less subjective for us, so we're moving towards that because we want to look at mastery, but it is hard to take that comparison.
Okay, so below average, let's use that term, which is what a D student was. A C student was average, a D student
Below average.
was below average. Where does below average start on that scale?
So that would start with the yellow. Well, not average, but it's below the grade level expectation. And we'll talk about like percentile averages and just a mental, like where a student falls, the 50th percentile is considered the average point. But in regards to they are not meeting the grade level expectation, that would be the yellow and the red.
So 42%.
42% below.
Yes.
Is either.
So that's why we were saying we want that red to be in the 5%, and we want the yellow to be no more than 15%, and then that green in the 80%.
So that would mean that 80% of our kids would be on grade level.
Yes. So this is the 1st through 5th grade. This is where I said the kindergarten fall wasn't included in this. And this shows, this is just the breakdown of the same information, but just specific to elementary with that. You can see the same trend. We want to reduce that yellow and red for next year and get to 80% in the green. And then in middle school, you can see that we're moving more in that direction and have to continue to push that down as well. So we have lots of work to do still in K-8 math. What'll be interesting for us is at the beginning of the year with the BOY assessment to see what kind of skills were retained through a new curriculum with that.
Can you put that back on the 135?
So the 2 and 3 grade levels below, that's 7%. I did the numbers.
Yes.
5 and 2. So why does it increase threefold when you get to middle school?
The complexity of the math. So when you move from,
But then the complexity of math get bigger from the 2nd grade to the 5th grade? I mean, it's always getting building, isn't it?
For me, I feel like we see the biggest change, this is nationally, when you look at NAEP scores, which are national. When you move to 4th grade and you start fractions and you start more abstract concepts, it's more challenging than things that kids can still do representations on paper and do those kinds of things and solve in a manner that may not be as automatic. When you move to more abstract math, which is 4th grade, you start to see that divide between kids that are really confident in math and kids that'll need more scaffolded supports in the classroom.
I think it also speaks to early intervention is key. If we build them strong when they are in K-5 and they don't continue going on with all the gaps, because the gaps just get bigger.
Correct.
I just think
and that's why we have that goal for that 80%, right? If we are keeping them within that year range and we're doing that, any kind of recovery we need to do is smaller and smaller and smaller. So you want to be able to have the smallest amount of students as possible within that. So this is specific, I'm sorry, any other questions with that? Okay, so this is the breakdown by schools. So what this is doing is showing what happened with our schools specifically from beginning of the year to middle of the year is on the left, and on the right is beginning of the year to end of the year. So just this particular chart is showing 4 quadrants is the best way to look at it. The goal is to be in the upper right. So it's taking all that data that we just looked at and we want to see our kids maintaining on grade level, but are they also growing throughout the school year? So you can see at the MOI, and this is specific for elementary, and I do want to make one note. You'll see, you would think that dotted line would be at the 50 mark, but we actually assessed after the mid-year point in elementary school due to other assessment windows. We have a control over when that is. So that's why that's there. You're going to see in middle school it was right at the midpoint, and so it's going to be at the 50. So in other words, if you had another month of instruction, you should expect more growth, right? So that's what that's representing. Across the bottom is what you're talking about. The average student would be at that 50th percentile. So we definitely want to be on the right side in regards to picking up kids for proficiency. That should always, the more we're on the right side, the more we should be doing that. And then if you move up with that, there are actually students are growing beyond what was expected for them in that time. So that you can see all of the cluster of the students from BOY to MOY and then BOY to EOY have shifted in the right direction. So they've gone left. But there's different variations with it. But for as a district, we want to keep and push everybody over to the right side of the 50. So that then allows us to do school-specific goals. So I think, Ms. Smith, you talked about like grade level. We can talk about big district things, but where does the actual change happen? Individually at each school based on that, because one school could have second graders that are already 80% and another school may not. And so we have to work with each school individually then in that goal setting. So this is for them across each of the grade levels represented at their school. So top right quadrant is the goal. And then this is the one for middle school. So you can see this had the biggest slide with that, and almost all of our schools were there. Leland was right on the edge with it, so they were above where that mid-expected growth line was, but they are right on the other side of the performance, which would be like
You may
the
have to
grade
make
level
another block for
proficiency.
Town Creek.
I know,
Out of
I
it.
know.
Well, I think it's important to note that Town Creek has been using iReady for, haven't they been using iReady for a very long time?
Elementary,
Yes.
inconsistently, yeah. So there has been parts of it, yeah. And this would be these kids though. So the 7th and 8th graders would have not for 2 years because they had the 5th, 6th.
I thought
So-
Town Creek had been using iReady
They-
math.
But we didn't use it in middle school. So the current 7th and 8th graders hadn't for the past 2 years. With
But
that.
they wouldn't have had it in so
They would have, but it's
They
been long
did.
enough in between with that. I just don't want to
But you
make a direct
Right.
connection to that when
Right.
there was other instruction in the middle as well.
Right.
For that. But it is K-8 for us as a district now, which is, like I said, has been really advantageous for us looking at trends. Rolling up data from 5th to 6th grade is obviously incredible right now with this, that those 6th grade teachers and schools have that information now right at the start of the year for these kids.
And I do want to clarify real quick. I always get a little worried when we start using the same words for different things. So like when this says high growth, it's talking about
Right,
growth on the diagnostic, on the
Yes.
iReady diagnostic exam. It is not talking about EVOS
Thank
growth
you.
from the
Oh,
state
yeah,
level.
yeah.
Okay,
Sorry
that's
about
a
that,
That's
yeah.
a different thing.
Right.
So this is how much growth they made between the 3 diagnostics during the year.
So I was telling Mr. Gainey yesterday, we get individual student growth data earlier than the big EVAS public. We can see individual kiddo information. So we're really going to take the reports that are in here and kids that they say are high growth here, we want to see where they end up in EVAS if they show that that was high growth, because that'll help us with the reliability of this information. So this is such flat data for me at this point right now because it's our first year and we don't have anything to compare it to. We're about to. We have the kids' proficiency scores with that. This matches some of those things, proficiency by school, so we see some of that, but I think we're gonna all be comfortable when we're deep in it and we see that 80-90% of the time it's a match for the results we saw in the EOG. And remember, these are moments in students' lives. So, it's not gonna match 100% of the time because, maybe I was up all night because, something happened and so I took my diagnostic that day, but then I blew the EOG out of the water. We don't wanna say, oh, iReady doesn't work because it didn't show that. We wanna look at that 80-90% of our students that match for it to say that there's a representation. What I'd like to be able to do is at mid-year next year, say our trend data said this, and let's see if we can push to exceed that for the second half of the school year.
Can I ask, we're spending a lot of time on this, so I want to make sure I understand it. The x-axis, performance to the national norm.
Yes.
Okay, so this end of the year quadrant we have here, Leland Middle School is like right at the 50th percentile nationally.
Right.
Okay. South Brunswick outperformed 57% of the schools nationally.
Yep.
Is that correct?
You got
Okay.
it, yeah.
On the iReady diagnostic.
On the iReady diagnostic.
And that's for every they have millions of kids in the pool
Yes.
for the diagnostic. So it's a good the national norm is large for them because they're such a.
I don't have a clue what this iReady scale score is.
So scale scores are what they use, and Tiffany might be able to chime in a little bit better this, but scale scores are what we use, that they use to measure within a product. They don't have a value, like a percentile has a value. It's a range of where they land them, and it is not this, so I hesitate to
So
say
it's
this.
just an arbitrary,
But yeah, it's because.
scale that they've created to compare schools.
Because you have to.
Is that right?
Yes, so because kids will have different numbers of, like, if I am 2 grade levels below, the diagnostic is going to stop, and it's not going to, continue to gather information. So you don't have, that's what they use, and it does, help see the change then from, in this case, middle of the year to end of the year. So, this particular data, you can see between the two schools, we feel like the majority of our schools are moving in the direction of showing that growth, because that's where, we want to be on the right side of the 50, right? For sure, we want to be above the average at all times, and then continue to see that high growth. So I'm going to pass this on. These two are going to talk about some celebrations that we have, and then areas of focus based on the deep dive of this data that we'll be implementing this year.
Good morning. So we do really take to heart our Brunswick Built motto. We say we build our own successes. So these are the successes from the first year implementation of the iReady classroom mathematics. As Vicki, you alluded to, some schools have had the iReady toolbox and resources, but it was our first year for the classroom mathematics core curriculum.
Do we know which schools? I just knew Town Creek because I mean, that's been 10 years ago.
We had a few
The toolbox. No one had the full curriculum that we implemented this year.
Oh, I thought Town Creek because they bought the books and everything years ago.
They did, and then they stayed with the toolbox. It was inconsistent.
Okay.
I am not comfortable correlating
Yeah.
those two things because it was inconsistent with that at that point, and so.
I knew that there were some schools
The
when we were
toolbox
looking
was-
at it years ago.
Yeah, the
who
toolbox was good. I had
supply maybe.
I had the toolbox at Lincoln at one
we
point.
had the
Yeah,
toolbox.
so, there were different components of this, but a full adoption like this had not occurred
Yeah.
at any location.
So I think the county actually bought the toolbox for every school for a while, but that's been years ago.
So from year one, we see 7 out of our 10 elementary schools demonstrated both high performance and high growth at our end of year diagnostic. Those were the schools up in the far right corner. 9 of our 10 elementary schools demonstrated high growth on that, and then all 10 showed that increase in number of students on or above level. So that was a big celebration that we drilled down to exactly who those students are and celebrate them.
And similarly, as you saw in the chart, middle schools, all 6 exceeded the median percent growth for the end of year assessment, the diagnostic. And then 5 of our 6, as we noted, Leland was right on the edge. But we did see high growth and high performance. We were really proud of that year one dive into this new curriculum.
So then looking forward, what we want to build upon our successes begins with our curriculum. So the summer before we started year one implementation, we looked at our data from our teacher EVOS to see who are our K-5 teachers teaching math that have historically met growth and exceeded growth. We created that list and we invited those teachers to work along with our elementary coaching team last June to work on our pacing and our resource guides for teachers. That continued into November of this past year, and it continued into last month into June. So we had 2 curriculum work days in June where we asked the teachers, give us your feedback. You've implemented this for a full year. What was working well? What do we need to add to make it even better? Our teachers helped with that, and they are going to have another session of curriculum work on the 14th and 19th to continue that work. The biggest domains that we tackled last year were numbers and operations. So if we think about our base 10 system for counting and for solving all the problems in math, it comes from our numbers and operations standards. So we tackled that last year, and then algebra and algebraic thinking. We've seen the highlights in our school data from focusing on that. So we're going to continue to build those resources. Our next steps include a collaboration with middle school and elementary to dig into the geometry strand, to look into that, to look into how our students did, what resources do we have, what resources is iReady providing that our teachers are mastering and using well consistently, and what are some of those resources that, because it was our first year, do we need to add into year 2 and year 3 for geometry. For elementary specific, we're going to dig into second grade curriculum and instruction. As we noted before, elementary is a foundation for middle school success. Our K2 instruction is our foundation for 3rd through 5th grade EOG success for math. So we want to dig into our second grade curriculum. And then we want to continue our tiered school instructional meetings. Molly and I meet with our principals, assistant principals, coaches, and then usually Dr. Baker is with us as well, because when we talk about our implementation, our goal is for 80% of our students in elementary to respond to core, 80% or more. So we really want to talk through what our core instruction looks like, but then also those intervention pieces for those students who are 1 year below grade level or 2 or more years below, to ensure that they have more opportunities to drill back into those standards that they really need to build their foundational skills and to accelerate to get them on grade level.
I have a question.
Yes,
You had
sir.
said, which sounds like a great idea, makes perfect sense, that you recruited the top growth instructors from the various grade levels to advise and be a part of curriculum planning and development or something to that effect. Are they being pulled out of this? How are you doing that in terms of their time, and are they, or how are they rewarded for being willing? I assume they're not missing any instructional part of the day, right?
They missed a half day of instruction this past year, but it was their choice. So last summer, it was on our summer work days when there's, it's outside of their contract hours. They came in and it went through the budget process. They were paid.
Okay, good.
For that. Then we asked them, would you like to meet on a teacher work day during the school year, or would you like for us to provide subs for a half day of work? They agreed upon that. November 25th was an afternoon. So they taught at their school in the morning, had subs for the afternoon, and then this past June, of course, was outside of contract days. August 14th and 19th are teacher work days where we have professional development set aside. That they would have come together for math, professional development, or others. One way that we celebrate and acknowledge them, and we just did this for our June 11th and 12th days, is their principals know exactly why they were asked to be on our team. And we tie a lot of what we do into our teacher evaluation. So for our educator evaluation system, it's a rubric that says if how well that teacher implements the standard course of study, uses the curriculum resources. Our instructional coaching team created an email that specifically said what those teachers did with us on June 11th and 12th, and said this is how it connects to your teacher evaluation. We sent it to the teachers and added their principals on that. That serves as an artifact that they can have at their beginning of year PDP conferences with their principals to say, over the summer, I participated in this curriculum work. They got paid for both of those days, and here's how we can be acknowledged on our teacher evaluation for going above and beyond and helping with district work.
Outside of the classroom, puts you in a
That's
different
So
category.
standard one is teacher leadership, and it's impossible to be marked accomplished on teacher leadership unless you lead outside of the classroom. So this is one way that they can get marked accomplished or better on that particular standard on the evaluation.
And how many teachers?
So we started with a group of 15, and then it is by their availability as well. So for our June day, we only had 9 that were able to make it because
That's
of
still a
summer
good
vacation
number.
and various things. And we're continuously watching data and inviting teachers in, but it's really on we ask them if they'd like to join us, so it really is their preference.
That's awesome.
All right, and then in our 6-8 schools, we regularly engage in monthly instructional meetings to ensure that we're monitoring our pacing and all of those strategies for improvement to extend some of those early successes in year one to continue that momentum into year two. We're really going to continue that practice of meeting monthly. We've put in structures that will allow us to talk about exactly where teachers are on their pacing guide, what interventions the instructional coaching staff may have to provide to ensure that we're not falling behind. We, in those meetings, also analyze other metrics to look at student data, growth and data towards standards mastery. And our instructional coaches, we use that same tiered support system that allows us to prioritize and really, there are 4 middle school instructional coaches, and to serve everybody well based on their needs that the data points us toward. Additionally, we are going to utilize another component within iReady Classroom Mathematics that is called Checks for Understanding, or in their platform, you'll see Standards Mastery. And that allows us to really target and look specifically at areas more periodically that students may need support with before they get to a unit assessment or some larger, higher weighted assessment. It'll inform our teachers sooner. And give us an opportunity to respond instructionally. So you'll see in that second indented bullet underneath the 6-8 Checks for Understanding, where it talks about in-class support on refined days. Refined days in the curriculum refer to days on which you have already taught some concepts, but students may need an opportunity to address misconceptions. There may be students in the classroom who their short assessment says, I understand most of this, but there's some nugget that I'm missing, right? And so it gives our teachers a lot of information sooner rather than later so that we can respond quickly.
Would
and
you
very
say that
specifically.
there would probably be a lot more small group instruction
Absolutely.
on a refined day?
Yes.
We're just scheduling days where we can have
Correct.
more small group instruction.
Yes, because we'll have students in the same class who may have different needs, and teachers, based on this Check for Understanding assessment that they have during the unit, would clearly see in that report who those students are, who have a need that's in common, and that allows them through PLCs to plan for that small group instruction.
So is this like differentiated?
Yes,
I was
sir,
gonna
that's
say,
exactly it.
This
It's
is an example of
differentiated.
differentiating instruction, which of course is a part of our strategic plan to get better at.
Absolutely.
But-
And, go ahead, were you gonna say something
Well, but the
else?
first thing we need before we can do it is we have to have time to do it. And we have found that we really need to schedule that. We don't really need to leave it to chance. So like every
Correct.
level, we're creating schedules where we talk about when specifically our teachers gonna be expected to work with small groups of students, or even individual students if needed. It's just hard to do on the fly. It's a lot
Right.
easier to do it if you schedule it.
And so those last 3 bullets in that section really speak to that, because we have a couple of opportunities during our instructional day. We have refined days that are a part of the sequence in the iReady Classroom Math curriculum. But then we also, that last bullet speaks about our intervention and enrichment block, where we're really supporting teachers and doing some really specific professional learning to build their capacity to differentiate during that time as well. So this data, through PLCs, teachers as teams, and if they're singletons, they can use those reports to plan in advance how to best utilize that instructional time that we've built into the middle school schedule.
So how much time is that that's built in for intervention?
Those blocks are about 40 minutes.
Is that daily?
Yes,
And that's 40 minutes total, like not for just one subject?
correct. Like 40
Or-
minutes daily, and they're,
Each subject?
did you?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, they can also we also have interventions that go on during their elective time as well, so those are 45 minutes. So we have 2 opportunities in
middle
middle school for
Yes.
them to do that.
And then lastly, a strategy that we're really excited about is going to address our reading goals that we have, and we're implementing our arts and letters ELA curriculum this year. And our goal is to implement that fully with 100% fidelity, and we've got our implementation planning team that's really putting together structures, and you'll see a little bit about that later down the road, but structures that will support teachers in their comfort and their ability with implementing that curriculum as designed. And so that really emphasizes writing, very much like our elementary K-5. There's been an emphasis on their writing across the curriculum over the last few years, and this will allow us to extend upon that.
And I'm really looking forward to that.
We are too.
Writing across the curriculum.
Yes.
In every subject. I guess just being a former high school English teacher, to me, the most inaccurate assessment in the world is a multiple choice test, other than maybe a true false test. If you really want to know if somebody understands something or not, you can do it one of two ways. You can either have them write about it to explain it to you in writing, or you can have an in-depth conversation with them about it, you know, if you know what you're talking about. Those are the two best ways to assess whether someone really gets it or not. So I'm excited about a new focus on writing across all subject areas, because I think it'll give us a better idea of what kids know and what they don't know.
And I'd also add that vertically, we're excited about our ability to support students as they matriculate through, and tying that back to some of that advanced course of study work. A lot of those assessments include really deliberate writing prompts, and students need opportunities to build that skill over the years, and so we're thrilled about our collaboration with the high school folks in that area. Any other questions about middle grade strategies?
So switching gears to reading, this is our M-Class Dibbles 8 end of year snapshot for our composite scores. So you either hear it called M-Class is a platform that's used, Dibbles 8 is the actual assessment, and you could also hear Amplify thrown out into there too. That is actually the publisher of all of this, so you hear all the words with it. So this is NCDPI. It has this as the diagnostic screener for kindergarten through third grade across the state, and it's given 3 times a year. So if you think about it, those foundational skills that produce a reading brain, that's what all these skills are. So looking at them, we go from the very beginning of how a brain learns to read. There's only one way that that brain learns to read. It first sees something, in this case a symbol, the letter, and then after it knows that letter, we start attaching the speech that goes along with that letter, or the speech patterns that go along with those strands of letters. So we start in kindergarten and first grade with measuring letter naming fluency, and then we go into those sounds that are attached to letters for our phonemic segmentation fluency, and then we go into those strings of letters and the sounds when we get into our nonsense word fluency, which then starts to expand into second and third grade. Word reading fluency, which is kindergarten through third grade. And then after that, we are already attaching some meaning to a word. So in first through third grade, we're focused on that identifying of the letters, knowing the speech sounds, to automaticity for accuracy and for fluency. So we start looking at fluency for reading those words, and then constructing meaning through maze into second and third grades and beyond. We do have oral language and vocabulary that are also assessed as well. So a full, thorough evaluation of those early literacy skills.
So TRC is no more.
TRC is no more, correct.
When did they do away with that?
That was in the 21-22 school year that it switched.
The transition to the science of reading.
Yes. So the 2020 and the 2021 school year, we used TRC as a state choice. We had the choice between iStation, TRC, and iReady at that year. So we chose TRC and then switched when the state required it. Yeah. So we assess all students 3 times a year for their benchmark, which is the left-hand side, and they are tested on the grade level specific standards that are listed on this chart. And it does take about 5 or 8 minutes per student, depending on the automaticity of that teacher going through the assessments and marking the assessments as well. Then in between those benchmarks, we progress monitor students, and the frequency of that progress monitoring depends on how they perform overall on those measures of their assessments. And it really is a cyclical cycle throughout the school year, and it's really dependent upon on how well that student performs on that screener, and then the instruction that they receive in core and intervention. Their progress monitoring guides us in how well they're growing in between the benchmarks. We analyze their targeted instruction, and we talk about that at our PLCs. We talk about that at SIT and MTSS meetings, and then we talk about it in our monthly instructional visits to the schools. And we continue that data-based decision-making pattern the whole way through the year and throughout the summer as well. So when we think about the DIBELS 8 information that we get, it's different from iReady. iReady does that grade level placement. So we're not looking to see in DIBELS 8 if somebody is on grade level, below grade level, above grade level. DIBELS 8 is a risk assessment. So it's basically saying this is where a student should be at the beginning of the year, whereas iReady is looking at where a student should be for that grade at the end of the year. If we have a beginning of year assessment for DIBELS, they're really seeing where that student should be at the beginning of that year. And as the student takes their sub-measures, whether it's 5 or 6 assessments for that, then it gives them an overall composite score. And that composite score then fits into one of these 4 categories. So if we have a student who scores blue, we love to color code in education, so if we have a student whose score pops up as blue, that means that here's the benchmark for the grade level at the beginning of the year. They are well above it. They are above it. It does not say they're above grade level. It just says there is negligible risk that if that student continues to receive effective, core, direct, explicit instruction and literacy, they should continue to stay above that benchmark that DIBELS 8 has set. The green's going to mean that they're right at benchmark, right where they should be. That it's still important that they receive that core instruction. Then if a student receives a score, a composite score that's coded yellow, that means there may be 1 or more of those sub-skill tests that they're scoring lower in, and we want to drill down and look at that to see what specific support we can provide to them in their intervention block and in their small group time to ensure that we build those foundational skills so that they can come up to be at or above benchmark. And then any student who is coded as a red is well below, and they most likely have 1 or more of those sub-measures that we really need to provide, not just intervention support, but one-on-one, small group intervention support to ensure that we fill in those foundational skills for them.
These supports that you have, core, strategic, intensive, is that the MTS 1, 2, 3?
It is, yes. So most of the time that it is, and now to be in IST, we have to show that the at-risk, the supplemental support or intervention is working. So there could be at times that a student is in IST at an accelerated pace depending on what their data is showing. But yes, that follows our core 1. Our core would be, tier 1 would be our blues and greens. Then our yellows would typically be tier 2, and then reds tier 3, typically. So looking at our overall snapshot, and starting with our 24-25 at the far right, 70% of our kindergarten through 3rd graders scored at or above benchmark on the end of grade test. Our goal is always 80% or more. We want 80% or more of our students to respond to core. We're at 70%. As you can see from the last 4 years since we started DIBELS 8 assessments, we have been above 70% for that. Looking at the beginning of year to end of year, similar to how we looked at the iReady bars on the bottom, we see we started the beginning of the year. Once again, this is all our kindergartners through third graders who were assessed on DIBELS 8. We see that we start out the year 49% of our students were at or above that benchmark for their grade level at the beginning of the year. And then you can see at the end of the year, we increased to 70%. So when we think about that MTSS triangle of that 80, 15, 5, that's what we would like to replicate for our top bar for our end of the year. Right now we're at 70% instead of 80. Our goal is 80% or higher.
Are the students in green at benchmark, are they proficient?
So they are at minimal risk for
Would they typically score at a proficient level in their testing?
we don't have a strong correlation between the third grade DIBELS 8 and the EOG. This is on foundational skills. The EOG is on reading comprehension. A lot of that has to do with their endurance for reading passages on the EOG, their vocabulary, the content they're exposed to, and then as Mr. Cole said, it's a multiple choice test, where these assessments are one-on-one application. The student is either repeating or reading something out loud, so two completely different assessments.
We're basically testing their foundational skills now. We're not testing their reading comprehension at all in DIBELS.
Maze is...
Except when you get to third grade, but
The maze assessment.
isn't it in third grade though?
No.
So maze is
Second
second and
grade,
third.
okay.
Yeah.
So in K1, we don't test their comprehension at all anymore.
Not for DIBELS 8.
Not for DIBELS.
We do it through our literacy core instruction,
And
through
we
our
don't
comprehension.
do we do paper pencil running records anymore? I
So
know some
usually when
teachers
we
do.
get into any student who is below or well below, we do the core phonics test on them, and we typically do running records when we drill down. But
And
if
so
they
our new
are
teachers
at or
know
above,
how to do a running record, or a paper pencil just running
yes
record
ma'am,
now?
yes ma'am.
They're
Our
all trained
coaches-
in that, or beginning
Our coaches
teachers?
do that. Our instructional coaches do that at their school level.
They train them or they do the assessment?
They train the teachers on
Okay.
it, yeah. We advise our
It's part of
elementary coaches not to do that. We want the teacher who is teaching that student the
Yeah,
most to
absolutely.
do those,
Right.
those type of assessments.
So I'm sorry, I just have a few questions. Are they required to do running records on all kids, middle, beginning, middle, and end? They're not?
No, so there's no
So if you walk into a
requirement for
room and
running
say, what level is your kid reading, this kid reading on? Would they be able to tell you that? Or
So
would-
within our DIBELS 8, we do have a Lexile comparison for that, that it gives. So for example, for third grade to meet a pathway at the end of the year, they have to have a 725 Lexile or higher. So we do have the measurements that can indicate what Lexile level the child's on.
But in K1, we wouldn't?
We have the comparisons for K1, yes ma'am.
But there's
We have
not a running
Lexile
record on
levels.
a high-performing kid.
Not unless that individual teacher chooses to do that for a reason.
So I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. So the only students who are required to have a running record done on them are kids who are red in DIBELS? Or
Could be red, it could be some for yellow too, depending on what most foundational skill that they need. It really, because if a student is struggling with letter naming fluency or PSF, we wouldn't want to do a running
Right.
record on that because they're still learning their letters, their individual sounds. So it just depends what skill. We really do drill down into each of these sub-skills, that we have individual student reports, and teachers drill down to that for their at-risk plans and for their IST plans to set their goals. So it just depends really on what measure that student needs.
So are we doing guided reading in classrooms, in K1 to classrooms every day?
Guided reading?
Guided reading? No
So
guided
that's-
reading?
So I think probably the best thing to do is to share with you under the science of reading, the legislative actions that occurred that we can actually not use in the classroom anymore. I think Ms. David's trying to avoid that part of the conversation a little bit. We actually have components from the science of reading that we are not allowed to use in the classroom.
And guided reading is one of them.
So relationship to how we assess some of our students with that we had traditionally done. So I'm going to share some of that with you, and then we can share with you. And probably the best thing to do would be, this is kind of, I was thinking about all of this, is when we schedule our walkthroughs in the fall when students are back in class with that, is to see some of these things in action through our adapted curriculums with that. But I want to send you specifically some things with that it's what's allowable and what's not allowable for us at this time with that, and then we can see kind of what questions you have after that.
So does the science of reading prohibit guided reading?
It does not prohibit guided reading specifically, but it is teaching certain components. So what's the cueing?
3 cueing.
Yeah, but what's what
The 3 cueing system.
What to do when you come to a word you don't know.
Yes.
Read around it.
Right.
Or try to.
Those are components that are through the legislation, through the Read to Achieve legislation, were adapted and changed with that.
Through
So-
Read to Achieve legislation?
Yes, through our legislators. So they did that through the Read to Achieve legislation we're 2 years past that, right? So going into the 3rd year with that. There are some things that are restrained, but I think what we have to look at is what we are doing as well as a replacement for that, and work through that. And I think the best way is to see that in action in the classroom as well.
So
So,
what you'll still see is we have our decodable text. So there's decodable text that go along with our specific phonics skills. And so we have those through, several companies have them, but one of the ones that we purchased for the curriculum for our teachers so they don't have to piecemeal it together is called Flyleaf. And that is done through a traditional small group setting and guiding them through that. Very similar to what guiding reading would have looked like to pull students over in a small group. So we do that with decodable text.
Just not level readers.
Right.
And then
And that's what the exchange is, when we talk about exchanging one. So instead of it being leveled as an A, B, C, or whatever, it's done
leveled
through the-
readers come in typically around 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, so we do still teach leveled readers within our curriculum, and that's when you see us getting into, we know that students are fluent for ORF and they're mastering ORF. If they're not at or above benchmark for ORF, then they're not prepared for what we would teach in those leveled readers. But we do have leveled readers that we have actually 2nd through 5th grade, depending on when that student is ready. So you'll see leveled readers being used in our 2nd through 5th grade classes. And then depending on, if a 1st grade teacher has a student who's ready for that too, you'll see them incorporating leveled readers. We have that within our Wit and Wisdom
And I think
resources.
that, the literacy things that I wanted to share, or the research components that they use to make those changes is, so we talked about balanced literacy for a long time, and guided reading was part of that with that. And so the science of reading has components of that with it, but obviously the more in-depth skills in phonics and phonemic awareness and those things. So it's best to look at it like whole across all components and grade levels through the span. So we'll work on something for that I think kind of shows you what's happening through the progression, I guess, essentially as she's describing, when you get past these basic literacy skills.
And I think science of reading, all of that started the year I left, so 22, 23. So it'll be interesting to look at the data, the reading data, before that and after that.
And I think a big part of what the state is looking at and trying to make correlations with is the letters training that was in the science of reading, that had the 2 manuals that all of our teachers went through as well, which has all these components. I mean, it was very hard for me in the beginning with this, with balanced literacy.
Right.
That was something that I had lived and studied and worked through. But when you do the side by side with the science of reading, there are not these big drastic changes. It's basically showing that there are some components of things that are not connected to how the brain learns. It's the brain science that is kind of the devil in the detail, where it's showing acquisition those skills.
I think we could do an informational comparison between the two, at a later date.
Yeah, for sure.
and that might be the
It's
better,
complex.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
might be the better
yeah.
placement
It
for
is,
that.
yeah.
We probably need to move on.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
can, I just wanted to say that education is so cyclical. It comes and it goes.
Yeah.
You know, 20 years ago, you couldn't teach phonics, now it's the big thing, so it comes and
Yeah.
goes. for sure.
It does, and we have to follow the legislative
Right,
requirements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm a former reading recovery teacher, so that's just kind of different for me.
It probably won't be as different when we lay it side by side for you. We'll kind of try to do it. Give us a minute to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of, I'd like to do it like as a crosswalk. I think would be the best way
Yeah,
to
that'd
show
be
it.
great.
I think that bridging it will make more sense.
Our teachers who were highly effective with balanced literacy were still teaching the components of what we just saw, that DIPL's 8 measures. It just wasn't, it didn't seem as choppy, I guess is to say. But our effective teachers were teaching the students how to read in that same way. So looking at our celebrations from our end of year data, 2 out of our 10 elementary schools, specifically Town Creek Elementary and Union, had 81% of their kindergarten through 3rd grade students scoring at or above benchmark on the end of year assessments. Waccamaw was very close with 79%. I had to put them there. So overall, 6 out of our 10 elementary schools had 70% or more students scoring at or above benchmark for the composite score. And then one sub-measure to mention, that last bullet talks about phoneme segmentation fluency. This has been our second full year of all of our schools having the Hegarty curriculum, which is phonemic awareness. Letterland has a little bit of instruction. We needed more systemic instruction, so we all have Hegarty now. So now 7 out of our 10 elementary schools had 80% or more students scoring at or above benchmark for that specific measure. That's setting that foundation for fluent readers. So specific things that we're going to do for next year will be this upcoming year will be our 3rd full year with having the full range of science of reading vetted resources and curriculum for our educators and for our students. We're going to continue with our literacy PD that's listed there. That hits our strategic plan goal 1.1.3 and 1.1.6, where we talk about providing professional development for that core curriculum. And Vicki, that does include there are DIPL's 8. And this is what we'll be doing at district PD, but also within our schools. And then we also have that 3rd bullet under literacy PD. We have some friends from the state, our district level coaches, and then also some teacher leaders who will be presenting PD on what it actually looks like to teach these sub-skills and sub-measures using our curriculum, and they've done a wonderful job preparing for that for August. We also are continuing on with our Wit and Wisdom Year 3 PD from Great Minds, and you'll see the dates listed for that. All of our teachers who have been here the past 2 years have already had all this training. This is for our brand new teachers, or teachers who have only had 1 year of it, that they can continue on. And then over on the right-hand side, we continue to provide support with our pacing guides, getting our feedback from our teachers. The pacing guides for next year were already released in May, and we've had teacher feedback that we collect. We actually had 2 feedback forms entered this week. As we get those feedback forms, our elementary coaching team reviews them, and we reply to that teacher. Whether we've made an update or we don't make an update, that teacher and then that teacher's principal also knows that they're making that investment and advocating for students and for curriculum. We continue with our principal walkthroughs, and through the principal walkthroughs, they provide coaching support for the teachers. We have our elementary coaching support. We have an elementary coach assigned to each school, so they provide coaching support, or they go in and model and co-teach with teachers. They also help facilitate PLCs and professional development based on what we need for core phonics screener and individual curriculum support. We really focus on that DIPL's 8 scoring because it is that teacher scoring as a student's reading or saying something, and we really want that reliability of the scoring. We dig into progress monitoring. So this year, as we visit the schools, we'll be talking about their progress monitoring data, and then of course looking at their fidelity to the curriculum and their pacing. Any questions about DIPL's 8? So we've just talked about the end of the year. Now we're going to look at this upcoming year and our assessment plan for 3rd through 8th grade. So for 3-5, we're doing what we have been doing as far as for math. We have our iReady diagnostic that we give 3 times a year. We have progress monitoring resources and an intervention plan bank. So if students do need that, who are 1 below or 2 or more grades below, they have their support for their resources as well as a progress monitoring tool to use. Within the iReady classroom mathematics curriculum, we have our unit assessments. Those are embedded into the pacing guide. We provide teachers with SchoolNet assessments for each math standard so they can choose when to do that in their teaching to get more information for student mastery of standards. And then we have our NC check-ins we give 3 times a year for math, and then our end of grade math assessment. For reading, we have our Dibbles 8 3 times a year. The biggest change for reading this year is they are including 4th and 5th grade in Dibbles 8. They updated us this past school year, so this past February, so we were able to do maze and oral reading fluency on 4th and 5th grade at the end of last year, but it was just 1 data point. This year we'll do it for beginning, middle, and end of year for 4th and 5th grade. We have our reading NC check-ins and our reading EOG, and then in science, our science check-ins and our science end of grade assessment.
We've made some adjustments in middle school just a little bit to be more targeted in the area of math. So all of the assessments for 6-8, most of them are familiar. We've continued with the iReady diagnostic assessment for all students, and those are in 2 45-minute sections, so students have an opportunity to sort of work through that at a reasonable pace without becoming overwhelmed. The checks for understandings, I alluded to those earlier. Those are those 8 to 15-minute basic, what we call them, checks for understandings against the standards that have been covered in those 3 to 5 sessions leading up to them. Those are scheduled in their in their pacing guides. And so teachers will be really prepared for and agree as a PLC on when to give those and be able to compare that data and make some instructional decisions based on it when those very detailed reports come back to them. And the piece there about categorizing as assessments, 30%, it's formative in nature, and so that aligns with our grading guidance for the coming year. Our middle school Math 1 students will continue to use the North Carolina check-ins for their formatives. And then our unit assessments that are built into our classroom mathematics curriculum, those are roughly 7 or so per grade level per year. And then we also listed math and action tasks because we're really working with our teachers to recognize other opportunities to get summative data on students' standards mastery through the resources that are embedded in the curriculum.
I want to really highlight, so that means we're not doing the check-ins in 6 and 8. We're moving to the unit assessments because we have control over the pacing. So we had issues with them assessing different things, and that was very frustrating for our teachers to have that information. And there were only 3 per year. This is going to be the 7 components at that point. We also are not allowed to use check-ins in the grade book, and we can use our unit assessments for this. So we worked with our teachers and our administrators to come with this and had consensus on this change. So when we report out on middle school math next year in 6-8, it will be specifically on that unit assessment data as far as how we're monitoring, which is great. 7 times is much better than 3.
Right.
And also too, if it's out of sequence with the curriculum, then that was also an issue.
And I trust assessment results a lot more when it goes into a student's grade. Like, I just struggle putting a lot of stock into a benchmark result that doesn't end up in a student's grade. I think they need to have skin in the game, or I just question the effort that they're putting in.
It's very click.
And where do the assessments come from, the ones that we're going to be given?
They're in iReady.
They're in iReady.
Yep, they're part of iReady, yeah. So we feel really comfortable and we're very excited about this. We think that there'll be much more detailed information for our teachers to make those changes that Ms. George referred to earlier.
And as a middle school program, we're also very excited about the frequency of communication with families as it relates to this. One of those things that a lot of middle school transitioning families are concerned about is how much information they have about what their students need. And this being something that's communicated through their Infinite Campus grade system will allow them to see more frequently, is it time to step in, do they need help? And so we're very, very excited as a middle school team about that. And then lastly, our EOGs that we all know and love. For ELA, we have made a little bit of a shift as well. Last year we did universal screening using the assessment series that is through Common Lit 360. We are no longer going to be doing that. The teacher teams, our instructional coach team, our district instructional team were all in agreement that we could utilize SchoolNet for the same end, and have a better idea, standard by standard, where students are at beginning, middle, and end of year. And so DPI does provide within SchoolNet versions of released assessments that are comprehensive for each grade level, and those will be a much more accurate read for us on where we are and where we need to go. So we have swapped that out, and then our quarterly assessments that we'll use to measure sort of unit by unit will also be in SchoolNet.
And arts and letters.
Yes, and with arts and letters. Any questions about math or ELA assessment plan? We're excited to reduce but still get the number, the information that we need in a less test intensive way for our students.
In SchoolNet, they don't, that's the same question bank
Yes.
from EOGs,
That's right.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
That's right.
And
the
it's free.
Yeah.
it's free,
right.
and
Exactly.
the structure is very much like what they see in the end. So that familiarity is built across the year. And social studies, we are going to utilize SchoolNet assessments. The one change with this is that we have increased the writing element, like we spoke about earlier, that our unit assessments will include written responses. The state provides us with what they call compelling questions to assess students, and to Mr. Cole's point, this allows students to really talk about their conceptual understanding of the social studies standards through those unit assessments. They will continue to have a multiple choice component, but it will not just be a recall of facts in time. And then for science, we have our pre and post unit assessments like we always have had through SchoolNet, and we will continue to do the 8th grade science check-ins for those formatives along the way. Any questions or feedback for our team?
So you're gonna be doing SchoolNet assessments as well as NC check-in?
Correct, for our
science?
unit assessments, those,
Okay.
yes, unit by unit, we'll use SchoolNet, and then those larger formatives will be check-ins. So in middle school, our NC check-ins will be 8th grade math 1, and then our 8th grade science. All right, thank you.
Thank
Any other
you.
questions? All right.
A lot of information in this process. Okay, I think, Mr. Ben, you're up.
That will be
YMCA.
me. Howdy, how are y'all?
Good. How
We
are
expect you to sing the song as well.
Yes.
Oh, I get to sing now?
Yeah.
Good, like
Well,
dancing
yeah,
and singing.
yeah.
And, well, I'll practice next time. So I'm here about the YMCA MOU. So this is just the standard YMCA that's always been here. We're renewing the MOU for this year. They're at 7 of our schools with the potential of expansion if they need to. They handle all the administration, staffing, registration fees, maintaining a 10-to-1 student to council ratio, and providing snacks. This is at no cost to us. We just supply space and custodial services. So this is just a renewal for the 7 schools that they're already at. This year they are going to attempt to do Town Creek Middle School. The boys and girls were there last year. They did not have too many kids, so the YMCA is going to try to do that as well this year. So that's really the only change.
And anybody who comes into the schools has a background check.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay. And that's just for the consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right.
I think we're gonna have a quick break in between.
Yeah, do you think we need a break? Okay. We're gonna
Just a
pause
question,
for a
how
break.
long do you anticipate these policy updates will, I know that's a loaded
Did the
question.
board already read all these policy
I've-
updates? Do
I've-
you have any
I've
questions?
gone over them, there's nothing, and as far as
They're not
substantial
very- they're pretty minor
changes,
changes.
Yeah,
as far as any
they're
Pretty
substantial
minor.
changes.
I think it's gonna be,
Yeah, it should
Okay, so do you wanna break now, or?
We can wait.
Okay, we're gonna
We can
wait, we're
wait.
gonna roll right into policy. Come on back, Ms. White.
All right, so the first one is parent involvement. I think it's page 8 is is the first change. Yep, page 8, and then it's on the last page, 14 with that. And it's very simple. They're just references to the bullying policy and the Title IX policy. So no content changes, just making those connections. Any questions? When I meant easy, I meant easy.
You're easy. Mr. Smith.
Hi, this one's on school safety, just some minor revisions. I'll point out the two main ones as required by law. Inspect school buildings, playgrounds, and equipment for health, fire, safety hazards on a regular basis. This is each building principal. And the second part is added is the principal supervisor must notify the superintendent immediately of unsanitary conditions or repairs needed to meet safety standards.
Call to work order.
Mm-hmm.
Called operations.
Yes. Okay. And Ms. Bracy.
Okay, we have a few. To present, and the first batch of these is regarding our discrimination and harassment policy and several Title IX policy updates as well. This first one, 1710, updates references throughout the policy and requires us to provide notice of this policy not only to our students and our staff, but also to applicants for employment with the school system. And we will make this update reflected on the websites for student enrollment as well as for employment applications. Over on page 4 in this one, it also adds the school system's Title IX coordinator as the point of contact for written complaints of sexual harassment. And it directs persons alleging retaliation to follow our grievance policy to report that prohibited conduct. And finally, updates the last page that lists all the contact persons to include sexual harassment district contact, and then some footnote updates. So next policy, 1720. There were actually no changes to BCS for this one, since we did not adopt the 2024 Title IX regulations when they came out. Only update to this policy for us are the footnotes. Right, 1725. This policy, prohibited conduct and reporting process for sexual harassment, they reorganized. The language was moved from the end of Section A back to the beginning, so this was already in the policy, it was just reorganized. And then the same notice requirements from the previous policies, that we have to also provide this notification to applicants for employment, that same language is included in this one. On page 3, it updated the definitions of the types of prohibited behavior and now aligns with the FBI classifications of harassment. It details the types of coercion and abuse and expands coverage to a non-criminal standard, or lowered the standard for domestic violence. Additionally, on page 6, the definition of consent was moved to this section. There was no change in the language. Again, this was just a reorganization, and that's the last change on that one. 1726, the grievance process for sexual harassment. The only change is that same notification requirement to applicants, and then they updated the footnotes in this policy. All right, bullying and harassing behavior. This, the major change was making this one a 1000 series policy. Also, it was already in the students' 4000s and in the employees' the 7000s, but now this makes it a 1000 series policy also. And the last bullet there was eliminated just to align with the latest update from the School Boards Association. And then they updated footnotes in this policy as well.
policy 4023, pregnant and parenting students and employees. It defines pregnancy-related conditions, so there was an expansion to the language in A1. And that's all we have there. Staff student relations policy. These next three policies contain updates to language that reference the new licensed educator misconduct reporting process. This has already been a practice in BCS since the law was passed in 2023. This year, the State Board of Education adopted it as a permanent rule, and these updates align our policy to that rule, which took effect on July 1. So this has already been in practice, but it's just aligning it with the permanent rule by the State Board of Education. Specifically on the last page, page 4, they add a few termination of employment, non-renewal of a contract, or suspension without pay to align with our current reporting obligations already in practice. That was the change. And child abuse. All right, on page 3, by letter D, this is the same reporting language update that we have to notify the state board if behavior by a licensed employee results in termination, non-renewal of a contract, or suspension without pay. And it's the same thing in policy 7130 under section F. Updates who is responsible for making that report. It added in superintendent, associate superintendent, assistant superintendents, personnel administrators, and principals. And then it's that same language of the disciplinary action. Okay, I think that's my first batch.
So Ms. Mayor?
It's still morning, good morning. So we're going to the technology responsible use, just a small change here. So this reflects the home use of devices, section I. So we're adding in here that the use of hotspots when they go out of our district is only supposed to be for students and for our staff, and primarily for the instruction. So we're not sending them home to be internet service for the homes, just for the student and for their learning. And that's part of our policy that we'd like to have changed. And the last is just a couple legal references that they wanted updated. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
The first one here, under evaluation of student progress to 3,400. This is from the state as well, and it's just what's in red here, just an addition of being specific about the grading scale, and we've added that in there. They were now specific about some extra letter grades that could be identified in the new system in Infinite Campus as well, and what we could use those for. So that one is just on consent like the other policies. This next one, I actually want to make note, Tori, if you can. I'd like to call this first read instead of just approve for consent, with the idea of you all being able to take a little bit more time to digest it, because we did add in a few things beyond the state level recommendations. So this policy 3420, we have the addendums of what the state recommended, but then we also have added in a few items of our own. So if you'll go to the first under H, this is something we are adding in. This is a Brunswick County Schools change here, and it's a learning recovery plan for high school coursework. So this is in line with the ad minimum software that I asked for approval for earlier. We want to be a little bit more specific in helping our students succeed in their overall course. And I'll give a little bit of understanding of this, and then please ask me any questions between now and the board meeting. But we have typically, our practice has been at the high school level to, if a student does fail below a 50% in the first quarter, to give them a little chance for hope to succeed overall in the whole semester, we have had our teachers giving them a 50. You can all imagine sometimes at the high school level that could breed a little complacency maybe in the first quarter, and therefore maybe not as much of the sense of urgency to learn all the material. And then when you get to second semester and we've given you this gift of a 50 and you had to do no extra work to earn it, you're lacking the knowledge from first quarter. So you get into second quarter and now we need you to learn all of that material and probably catch up on the work that you didn't learn first quarter. And now we want you to take the exam and do well at the end as well. We want to do away with that gift of a 50, and it's no longer a gift. We may give that student, if they receive less than a 50 on the course, either the principal, the teacher, or a designee will give them what would be called a learning recovery plan. And if they received less than a 50, you still have hope to get a 50 on that first quarter. What we want to do is assign you some modules in adminum. You'll have flex time to make that up, and you'll be with your teacher to make that up, or a licensed teacher in the credit recovery classroom during flex to recover that learning that you lost. And then you will have earned that gift of a 50, so to speak. It won't be as much of a gift. You will have earned the credit back up to the 50, only a 50. And at that point, I've got a chance, right? So I don't want to give up now. It's only October, and I have until the end of the semester. I definitely don't want our students to think they don't have a chance to pass. So now they get to earn a chance to pass. So this was put forth by the principals in conjunction with their school improvement teams at the high school level. Right. And at the high school level, it's just a little bit, we don't want to set the tone freshman year that we're going to give you any grades. You earn them. And then we want to support you to earn them, because now we're going to give you flex time. And we're going to be strategic about what we're having you work through in those adminum coursework. All right. Now the next one is also a Brunswick County Schools change. And it's called Learning Recovery, LR, as opposed to Credit Recovery, which we call XR. For the sake of time, I'll just move on for now. But the Learning Recovery, this is also for high schools. So this is a change that needed to come, but something good came out of it. So the state has changed where we can no longer give an FF for attendance-based failures only. However, we can relate it to the learning or the mastery of a student's course. Just like in this meeting, if you were to read the agenda, would you all have a pretty good idea of what we talked about? Yes, a pretty good idea. Could you take an assessment on it and maybe do okay? Sure, just by looking at the agenda. But the context of what we're talking about would be missed. You would not have learned as much than if you're listening in live right now or watching or in the room, obviously participating. You're going to learn way more by being here. We feel the same way. The high school principals felt the same way. The teachers feel the same way in our school improvement teams. So we do not want to get away with the concept that your presence matters. So with that, we want to implement this change. We've worked with several of our staff already and some staff at DPI just to review and make sure that we're thinking through all the details. So this is the biggest change to it that's BCS only, that I want you all to take some time to digest. Send me an email. We can set up a time. I can talk through how we're going to do this. But in short, if a student misses more than 10 unexcused, all right, let's be clear, unexcused. We're not saying excused. You have a doctor's note, a parent note, up to the limit that we allow. That's different. We're talking about unlawful absences. And I'm going to start using that term a whole lot more when we talk about unexcused absences. A 2A business rules calls them unlawful absences. We like to make it nice and pretty by saying unexcused, but it is unlawful. So this right here allows us that if they have more than 10, they have to complete a learning recovery process, which is similar to credit recovery, and they will receive an incomplete at the end of the quarter, and at the end of the semester. Second semester or over the summer, they will go into a learning recovery classroom, credit recovery classroom, and they will take modules that are assigned to them for the learning that they missed. They will be required to make that up. Once they complete it, we'll give them back their grade that they did earn if it was a passing grade. Now, of course, if they missed more than 10 days and they failed the class, then they might qualify for credit recovery. The system's still the same. But we're talking about that kid that barely failed, barely passed, might have made a 68, 72. and we want to give them the opportunity to recover the learning. This makes it all about mastery, all about recovering the learning that they lost from being in the room. So.
And we're talking 10 unexcused.
You got it, yeah, unexcused.
Unlawful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
Yeah.
that's pretty.
Unlawful.
Unlawful absences, yeah. But they do also call it unexcused. And they'll have 20 business days after the semester change to complete the learning recovery, which is very similar to what we have in our grade book and our learning management system for incompletes. We typically like to see them completed within 20 business days. Of course, the principal might waive the time depending on the need, but that has to come from the principal.
And I'm not gonna let Mr. Pascal downplay the work that he has done with our high school principals over the last year. I'm not aware of any school district in the state that had more improvement in high school attendance rate than Brunswick County Schools over last year. However, a change in policy at the state level removing attendance failures, that was a big part of the teeth of our attendance policy. And so rather than just throwing up his hands and getting mad about it, Mr. Pascal worked with our high school principals to come up with an innovative way to come up with some new teeth for our attendance policy. And what it is now, instead of it being just a straight attendance failure and then having to do credit recovery, that sort of thing, now you get a learning recovery plan, and you have to complete that if you go over a certain number of days. And in general, high school students in particular don't want to have to do extra things. So, but we have to hold them accountable to coming to school because it negatively impacts everybody's education when so many of our students are not coming to school. So I just want to make sure that he and the high school principals get the credit they deserve for not throwing their hands up and working hard on a way to keep our attendance policy strong. And this is it. I'm really impressed with this work.
I appreciate that. And this is something that the state level, I do sit on the chronic absenteeism task force at the state level, and they're looking at this. So I'm not saying that the state would adopt a change right now. I'm just saying that because we're being innovative and working, I think, a better product than even just an FF. Just telling them that they failed, he said it, and now you have to recover credit. We're saying the important thing is that you missed the learning. So we're going to require you to recover that, and then we'll give you the credit. If you don't, you will receive a numeric grade of a 50. Therefore, you will fail the course at a 50, which gives you the opportunity by policy to recover credit. So maybe you have to go back in, and now you have to take the whole credit recovery course.
So the failure piece that was taken off the table by the legislation, we keep it because that was, you can't fail them just because they missed. So we would fail them because they didn't do the work.
Right, they did not complete the course. We gave them an incomplete. They did not finish the learning that we required as the principal. They have the ability to do that for other policies based on them being able to grade and classify. So that's where we fall under.
So they have to take learning recovery because of the absence, but they aren't being failed because of the absence.
Right, we're giving them an opportunity.
They may be failed because they don't complete the learning recovery.
Exactly.
That's right.
I like it.
That's very creative.
I like it.
Yeah,
It's called expectations.
It is.
It's
That's
called
what it
high
is.
expectations.
Right.
That's really what it
I don't know how high those expectations.
Well, I mean, obviously it's higher than the state.
There's some
so
consequences.
just saying.
is. There you go. There you go. All right. And then next one is pretty quick. They added, yes, NIL to anyone watching online has now reached high school students. So any students participating in interscholastic athletics may now enter an agreement to use their name, image, likeness, subject to the requirements. And there is statute on this, though, that they have to comply with, which is letting Superintendent Cole know. They have to let their athletic director, principal, obviously me, and they have to show us that agreement before they sign. So long story short, I can't believe this day has come, but we are here. So that one is a state required. It's by general statute. We don't have a whole lot to say about it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Eimer Smith.
Okay. All right, we just had one board policy 62-20 20, and if you just look at the operation standards, under A1, it just talks about the discrimination statement being changed, with no child being discriminated against because of race, color, national origin, disability, age, or eligibility status for free and reduced price meals. So we did take out the items including pregnancy, childbirth, sexual orientation, and gender identity. So those items, that's the only change in that board policy. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Rosie, you're back.
Missy's at her finance conference today, so I'll bring a couple of things on her behalf. This insurance policy, or this board policy regarding insurance for student transportation services, changed from only requiring insurance coverage for the vehicles we own to now also requiring insurance coverage for vehicles that we rent or lease. So our current coverage with the local school board trust will cover us as follows. It says automobiles must be leased or rented for school district use in the name of the board member, school district, or an employee acting in the course and scope of employment and pursuant to written documentation that the employee is authorized to lease or rent such automobile.
Do we lease or rent automobiles? Do we have any that we bought?
I think like charter buses sometimes for field trips, that
yes,
type of thing is the
yes.
first one that comes to mind.
If you have an out-of-state conference that's like a CTE conference that's in
Right.
another state that you go to, and you need some typically those are going to be in big cities and there's public transportation, but sometimes if you're going to be there for 3 or 4 days, it's cheaper to rent a car.
Right.
So.
Thank you. And Superintendent Carl, I think you're up.
Yeah, a couple of updates to policy 2302, remote participation in board meetings, and policy 2342, voting methods. Essentially, it's the same thing for both, and that is that there was a change a little while back where school boards were allowed to have fully remote meetings during state-declared emergencies. So you can imagine, we have a bad hurricane in Brunswick County. We might need to make some decisions, and because of flooding, none of us can get to Building K or to the coast. But we still need to be able to have a meeting to make a decision. That allowed us to do it remotely. And initially, those policies allowed voting to be just by voice. So the big change is they have to be by roll call moving forward. So if we have a fully remote meeting during a state-declared emergency, and we are voting on something, it has to be a roll call vote, which just means that we would call each board member's name, and each board member would give their yay, nay, or abstain for the record. And you can imagine, because it's fully remote, you're on a screen, maybe you have a good picture, maybe you don't. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes when everybody says aye at the same time if everybody in fact did. So that's the big difference. As far as the minor updates section, that's all, it just changes to references to existing policy. I don't think you're gonna have any questions about that. And that'll carry us over into locally initiated policy changes. Mr. Pascal?
We did have policy 2342 there at the very bottom, right underneath the remote participation.
Yes, so again, that clarifies that for remote meetings held during a state-declared emergency, all votes will be taken by roll call, is the change for both of those policies.
And that's the only way we're able to vote.
If an
Right,
emergency.
during an emergency, to call in.
A state-declared
Right.
emergency, which the governor has to declare. That's the only time we can have a fully remote where we have less than a quorum that's
Right.
present, but we can still meet. But then it has to be a roll call vote.
Mr. Pascal, you're back.
So one quick change to 3465, this one's being asked to be put on consent similar to all the others. I believe, Tori's taking the notes, but with the exception of the one that I mentioned being on a first read basis. This one is also on consent. We are looking to add under D, you'll see that it says the school administration shall establish a process for reviewing and approving graduation attire. So that is something that you all put into place, I think it was last year actually. But we want to make sure that we're specific. There was one particular incident where we had missed a House bill, and this one in particular. And we were following the process that they'd created. However, we were not notified in this instance ahead of time that a child wanted to wear one of their tribal plumes, and we feel horrible about it, but it was asked to be removed and we weren't aware ahead of time. So we're asking parents now. We've created a system, and we all have the same Google form now where students or parents can fill out the form at the beginning of the school year and asking for any type of adornment or culturally significant regalia that might be approved. We'll review them. It'll all be in one document. I'll get to see it now. All the principals will see it, and we'll approve or not approve any of their requests. Anything else that's not approved, we'll usually tell them, hey, that's what the top of your cap's for. You can use the top of your graduation regalia to celebrate any others. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood the significance of it, and that there are some House bills, Senate bills that were passed actually into law that do allow it. I did a quick search after this instance. This one came up, but I haven't found any others yet. But you definitely don't want to be in a situation where we've missed one. So if they let us know earlier in the year, we can do our research ahead of time. Is basically what I'm wanting to put in place.
But for now, you've only found that one.
That's the only one that we found that we didn't know about.
Okay.
So, and then attendance. This one I'm just asking to go on first read. There's one change that I want to tell you that we didn't tell you in the last policy that I went over with credit recovery. We would like to go from, Superintendent Cole said it, we've seen a great decrease in the number of unlawful absences in our school system since the policy you all set into motion last year. So with that, we'd like to keep the momentum going. However, 10 parent notes per semester actually allows our students to be chronically absent just by parent notes alone. Chronically absent is more than 10% of the school year, which in a 170-day year means that if they miss over 17, they're chronically absent. That happens. Obviously, there are health-related issues, things like that. But we just want to know about it. We did put some more teeth into the attendance policy, and by allowing 10 per semester, that's 20 per year, we were inadvertently saying that our parents could, without any other notes, just give permission for them to miss over the chronically absent number. So we just want to know where the kids are. We're not completely saying all doctor's notes only, although we do have opportunity for students to use PATH, our own services here for doctor's notes. But we do want to be able to allow parents seven per semester. So that still gives them 14 in a school year, where they don't feel like they need to take their kid to the doctor for a doctor's note, but they do need to bring in a note. And then the other changes I won't go back over, but I did skip one under E. So makeup work. It does explicitly state that excused absences, students can make up missed work for any excused absences. We just want to allow some teeth to the second one. This is a part of what I wanted you all to have some feedback on. Give me some feedback before we finalize. That's why I want this on first read. But we want to be a little more specific on it. This basically is restating the top. I don't mean to say it any other way, but being even more specific about it. In the case of unexcused absences, as opposed to at the top where it says, in the case of excused absences, you may make up your work. Obviously, if they're excused absences, you can make up your work for credit. We're stating that if it is unexcused, you would need to get a waiver from a principal or designee. And that request could come in the form of any writing, email, any form to the principal first or designee. And that could come from a parent, student, teacher, counselor, or even a member of the at-risk team. So even a teacher could ask, hey, this student missed 3 days. I know it's unexcused. I'd like to give them this assignment for credit. And then we put a caveat at the end. Obviously, we care about all of our assignments. While credit may not be awarded without an approved waiver, students are strongly encouraged to complete missed assignments to support their academic progress, maintain instructional continuity, and demonstrate mastery of content. Questions on that one?
So at the, if you'll go back up to where the excused, do they have, okay, I see educational opportunity, okay. Like if there were gonna be a house page or something like that?
Yeah, that's in,
okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that's actually in general statute. We have to.
Yeah, you have to follow
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one, right.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to have an excused absence, right? So bringing in a parent note is one, educational leave is another.
I was gonna ask that
Doctor's
question. Are
notes.
we still approving 5 days of educational leave a year?
Currently, the policy allows up to, but it still has to be, we tightened that down last year as well. It has to be tied to their standards they're teaching right now. So that's where principals have to review what they write, and it has to relate to the standards that they're learning in that school year. Besides things like the general statute where they have to if they're NC page, things like that.
Right.
Yeah, good questions. And there's a lot of business rules on all of that, so they principals are trained on what would be allowable. And we had a little pushback, just to be quite frank, there for a little bit.
Well, I mean, I've never worked I've only worked in 2 counties, but I'd never heard of educational leave until I got here. And I'm sure it has its reasons, but, you know, we're out 2 months in the summer and.
There are other times it can be done.
Yeah, there are I always just encourage parents to, you know, take those little trips. But then a lot of it has to do with what I was told is sometimes if parents work in the tourism industry, then they're not able to take a trip or anything like that during the summer when they're working, if they're running their local businesses and things. So I understand that. I think 5 days is a lot.
Well, I mean, we also have 5 days at Easter, we have 2 weeks at
I
Christmas.
know.
We have other times.
That's what I'm saying. I think 5 days is a lot.
I like the fact that we have a requirement that they notify the principal a certain number of days in advance
It's 2
for it to be
weeks.
reviewed, and that gives the principal an opportunity to go through all of
Yeah.
that and explain and have some conversations, so that helps.
And then the last part is under the 912. It's just reiterating what the last policy I went over with you all for credit recovery. We had to take out the FF rule. We have the opportunity for learning recovery, not credit recovery. We just wrote it out here one more time to have it in both policies. And then, of course, the waiver process is stated in there. That actually helped us out the most with the FF, and I think it'll help out the most here. The at-risk team pulls in the students that are close to possibly needing an FF, or in this new policy, if approved, learning recovery. They bring them in, they talk through it with their family, and then put them on a plan and a waiver process to hopefully change the behavior before it becomes a problem. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This next one is a proposed amendment to our teacher contracts policy. Just this past month, a couple of weeks ago, the board approved the option to offer a 4-year contract to any teacher in good standing whose EVOS index indicates that their students exceeded expected growth for 2 of the 3 most recent school years. We received some feedback on that policy and requested to amend the wording of this policy on page 3 to clarify the subsequent contract options that may follow that 4-year contract. So over on page 3, it would now read, upon completion of the 3rd year of a 4-year contract, a teacher in good standing whose EVOS index did not exceed growth for 2 of the 3 most recent school years will receive a renewed contract for a term of 2 school years. Any questions on that one? And the next one is a first reading on a proposed amendment to policy 7141, the teacher assistant's duty to drive a school bus. Beginning in January of 2024, the Board of Education made the decision to exempt all current and future TAs in exceptional children's classrooms from the school bus driving requirements. And this proposed language would just bring our policy in line with that practice that we've had for the last 1.5 years. So in the first section, teacher assistants assigned to exceptional children's classrooms are exempt from school bus driving requirements, and then that same or similar language is repeated in the current employees section, again in the new employees section, and on the last page in the list of exemptions that was added. That same language, that teacher assistants assigned to EC classrooms are exempted from that requirement. So those two for second reading in the August meeting.
Okay, that concludes, ooh.
That's a
That's
record.
a lot. That's a lot. A lot of good discussion though. Guess now we move into our operations agenda. And Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, I'm gonna give
Good
you a
morning.
test on the science of reading when you get done. Just so you know.
Sorry, we don't do that anymore. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay,
Fairly.
contracted.
Yep.
I know it appears like we do contracted custodial services every month, but we
So
don't.
far, so far. You're getting good at it.
So, what we have, we put out an RFP for proposal for custodial services for the upcoming year. And looking at, because we had success last year, we felt like with one company, and one company did struggle to get us good candidates. And we came back with one of the companies that we had last year, ABS, and we also looked at adding another company that we used before, Carolina Staffing Solutions. They work out of Schlote, Whiteville, and they have supplied, it's been a few years, but they used to do that service for us, and they put in and felt like they could give us some good candidates. So what we're asking is to approve a contract with each one. For what we want to look at is enough money and funding to get us through about half the year. So last year we spent around $480,000 in custodial contract services, and these are all just contracted custodians replacing openings that we currently have on staff. It's almost dollar for dollar as far as the amount if we had our own staffing versus bringing in staffing. So we feel like this $175,000 will kind of get us through December. Then we can evaluate the performance of each contract and see how much money we need to apply for the last half of the year. So hopefully we only do this twice this year, is the way we're looking at it. The good news is in May, when we finished the year, we had 20 custodial openings out of about 130 in the county. And right now, we have 6 in process. We've had a good number of applicants this summer, and we made some changes to try to help, attract custodial candidates. And we should have 14 to start the school year at the most, because we have 6 being processed. And we do have some other applicants that hopefully we can even hire a couple more. So that number has gone from 20 to at least 14 currently, which is good, because we prefer to have our own staff if we can find them. So I'm asking for consent to approve $175,000 custodial staffing contracts for ABS. This will be split between Carolina Staffing and ABS.
How does that compare to what we spent first half of the year last year?
Well, I don't know as far as the first half, but we did spend $480,000 for the entire year. So I assume that we probably spent $250,000 in the first half. It was pretty even. We were consistently 18 to 20 short all year long last year. But we do look better right now. We got 14 instead of 20, so we look better.
Consent, okay.
Consent, right?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, this is our KI MOU. You approved the KI, I think, at the end of the spring this year, but this is the renewal of the memorandum of understanding, which has to be done. I think it's every year, 3 years, 5 years. But anyway, this is just the renewal to be put on consent. And that is, of course, Southport, South High, South Middle.
Okay.
Good with that?
Okay, this one is the new elementary school. So you basically, approved the start of the master plan with Sherwood and Associates as an architect service for them to get started on our master plan, in the amount of $209,000, with Mr. Gainey asking that the title search be approved before finalizing. And Jerry Manning has indicated that he does have the title search and insurance verification in hand. He has not delved into it yet. He said he will make sure everything is in line this week for us and let us know, but he has received that and does have it in hand. So we're asking that we go ahead, in the essence of time, we feel like every day counts in this process, that we go ahead and approve the amount of $209,600 as previously discussed to go to Sherwood and Associates. And this contract for them is being finalized right now. We just sent it to Rod Malone for review. He's just going through the details of it. He specializes as a lawyer in our contract services. And he said he would probably have it back today. And we will forward that to you to review before the next board meeting, just to go through it. But we are asking for consent in the amount of $209,600 to Sherwood and Associates. Okay, this is the Leland Middle School Modular Classroom Contract. So we did bid this out. We're also finalizing that contract, which will also be given to you for review, so it's kind of the same thing. But in the essence of time, we're asking that in the amount of $1,706,840 for the 10-room modular to be ordered. And that will be on consent for this month also, and you'll receive a copy of that contract, which is very standard to our other modular purchases.
Is this just for the modules, or is this the modules installed?
This will be installed.
So this
will be the purchase and installation of the module.
So this is a turnkey price?
Yes, delivered.
And it's 10 classrooms?
Yeah, it's 9 that'll be used as classrooms and 1 that's kind of a copy print room area. That's what we're looking at. And I'll go through the details of that shortly.
And we're also putting modules where else?
Putting 2 from North High, hopefully this week, at Union Elementary and Lincoln Elementary.
Relocating 2 from
North Brunswick High School, not needed any longer because of the recent additions.
And relocating those to Lincoln?
2 at Lincoln, 2 at Union, which is our 2 tightest ADM schools for the upcoming year.
Nothing's going to Belleville?
No, sir, because we already have those 10, and most of them are being used. There's actually a couple more that could be used there if needed. So we're not quite as tight there.
We're also remodeling an existing modular at Virginia Williamson that is going to be used as a STEM classroom.
Yeah, that was completed this summer, actually. That was a trailer that could not be used because it was in poor condition. We spent a good amount it was cheaper just to refurbish it. So that gave them an extra classroom also.
Does the 1.7 million, Mr. Smith, include any additional work we may have to do to that modular classroom required by local permitting? For example, I know now permit requires that we have
well, there's
the
canopy.
Canopy.
Right. No, there'll be the additional costs for the decking, and I've got a list of that. I'll do in the presentation shortly. Okay. But all those additional costs are listed. This is just the trailer delivery and anchoring. Yes.
Gotcha.
This is why we're building schools, people.
Adding modulars is not cheap.
So when you said, I asked you about install, so this is not with electrical and plumbing. This is just delivered.
No, utilities.
It's just the foundation work and the delivery
and
the cost of the units.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's just getting it on site and getting it anchored.
And it's always the north end.
Well, it is right now.
Well,
it is right now.
It is right now. It'll be later.
The rest are coming.
Well, yes.
This is going to be a continuing theme
Yes,
this year.
it's spreading. It's spreading. Okay, so that finishes up there, right?
We had originally scheduled to do a presentation. It was a little more in-depth on the LMS modular classroom and moving the 5th grade. There were a couple of questions that came up from DOT that I haven't gotten answers to yet, so I'm gonna postpone that. And give it a little more time. I wanna make sure I have answers to all of the questions I have from DOT before we do that presentation. So.
Okay. And we do have an online meeting scheduled, phone call with DOT tomorrow.
Yeah.
Got to go into the details of that plan.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Moffett. All right, so we'll call to order the Finance and HR Committee. This should be quick, and I'll start with Ms. Smith. Sorry you've had to sit and wait this entire time
But
for
hey, you timed
something
it just
so quick.
right. Lunchtime.
Lunchtime.
Yes, let's talk about child nutrition
Yeah.
here, okay?
Did you bring any little PB&Js to
Yeah,
hand out?
That's right. I wish I was
Bring me
thinking about
snacks.
that as I was here. I was like, you know, I got nachos waiting for me at my desk. That's what we have for summer feeding today. So, good morning, board members, superintendent, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. And I'm here to present the outcome of our food procurement process for 2025-2026 school year and to request your approval of the recommendation vendor agreement. Last month I was not available, so I was going to go to consent, but today I'm having to go for an action item. As background, Brunswick County Schools Nutrition Department is an active member of the North Carolina Procurement Alliance, NCPA. This is a voluntary group purchasing organization that was established back in 2008 by the Department of Public Instruction School Nutrition Division. The alliance was created to combine the purchasing power of the districts across the state in order to improve cost efficiency, ensure consistent product quality, and to, strengthen the reliability of our supply chain. Our school nutrition program operates in full compliance of all the federal guidelines. As we approach the end of our current vendor agreement, which was not eligible for renewal, we also considered the forecasted 3.4% increase in food inflation. These factors made it necessary to issue a new bid and soliciting for food products for the upcoming school year. Bids were sent out to 3 distributors: Cisco, Raleigh, Gordon Food Service, and US. We did receive 1 bid back from Cisco Raleigh, and they had a fixed price of $2.4 million, a little over $2.4 million for the school year 2025-26 school year. Both US and Gordon Food Service declined to participate in the cycle, but they are getting back into school districts with food service. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more competition in the next few years. This bid did fall under what we call a fixed price bottom line contract, which means it ensures all stable pricing throughout the school year. Because the total value exceeds the $200,000, we do have to come to the board for, approval of this contract. Therefore, it is I am recommending that school board approve this contract with Cisco Raleigh for the school year 25-26. And, as always, we always look at we are always meeting and exceeding nutritional value of our food in the schools. So I am coming today for approval of this contract.
Okay. So we have an action item. Does anybody have any questions?
No, I just want to say we so appreciate everything you do in child nutrition because the kids enjoy eating.
Oh, they do. And we have a
and
very
they
great
enjoy the food. So
They do.
There were years when they didn't, and I think they do now. So.
Well, thank you.
Anybody else?
So is this for approval today?
It is
Consent?
for
Yeah.
approval.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Cook,
Second.
second by Ms. Smith. All in favor?
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, and up next is Ms. Brosey.
I'm putting on my finance hat now. And
This first budget amendment is a standard entry to reflect carryover of our capital funds for the prior year. We're requesting that the board add this amendment to the August consent agenda.
Okay, put that on consent.
And this next one, Capital Budget Amendment 3, as Mr. Smith spoke to earlier, is the Leland Middle School modular and installation with the addition of the furniture, intercoms, all the upfitting needed to make it instruction ready. The HVAC at Bolivia's Supply. We're asking that the board approve moving $5.171 million from our contingency fund to cover these costs. And I would also like this added to the August consent agenda.
I'm waiting on you to chime in over there. This is why we're building school.
Well, I mean, we have to add capacity in order to be able to meet the needs of the growth in the county. And I would like to share too, that isn't going to be the end of the expense. We're going to have to alter the traffic pattern at LMS at some point during this school year or next summer to prepare for the 26-27 school year when this would go into effect. And right now, it's looking like DOT is going to force us to have 2 bell schedules in order to try to mitigate the traffic concerns that moving the 5th grade would create. So I have some questions about that once they gave us that information that I didn't get answers to yet. So that was the reason why I didn't feel like it was the time to do the presentation. But you know, if we have to do 2 bell schedules at one school, that means that the instructional day at that school site is going to be longer than 8 hours, which we can't pay everybody overtime. So we're going to have to add some personnel. For example, a secretary works 8 hours. We're going to have to at least add some part-time folks, if nothing else, in order to be able to cover the additional hours, because the 5th grade will be on a separate schedule from the 6th through 8th graders. So, you know, now once we open a new school, whoever we hire hopefully can just transition, the extra people can transition over to the new school. We would be hiring some people earlier than we're actually opening a new school, but that's an additional expense. You know? But it costs money to be able to keep up with the growth in student population.
So has the bell schedule decision not been finalized yet?
Not yet. I have some questions about, because the way this was put to DOT was moving the 5th grades at Lincoln and Belleville over to LMS for, say, 3 years while we build a school, which would be right around 250 students. So my question went to, well, what if we did less than that? What if we did part of the 5th grades at both of those schools, where we still had some 5th graders at Belleville and some at Lincoln, and then we had some from each of those schools at LMS. At what point, is there a point that we could add students at LMS without having to do any traffic changes or anything like that? And I haven't really gotten an answer yet. So that was my question, because that might open up some avenues. I think the answer is going to be, if you add 100 kids, you know, you need to, we're not comfortable with one bell schedule.
Fayetteville Road, as we know, each year when school starts is very congested and very tight. And I think they pretty much feel like any additional students is they're gonna the MSTA, which is a division of DOT, the Municipal School Traffic Authority, they're gonna recommend to DOT that we do a two-tier schedule, I'm sure. And an additional stacking lane.
The stacking lane being on the road or on the?
Being on our property,
On our
which
property.
we do not get reimbursed for. We only get reimbursed for the road improvements. Like if they put a traffic turn signal there, a 3-phase signal or something.
Anything we do on our property, we're going to have to pay for.
Yeah.
But they get to tell us what we have to do on our property.
The total cost of the entire project right now, I've just covered the 1.7 million, is we've got it at around 2.75 million for everything. And that could wind up being closer to 3 before, according to which plan they went with.
So is there any way on utilizing our property to mitigate the, I mean, you know,
To,
to mitigate the need for two bell?
I asked that
No,
question.
in other words, rather than doing what we need to do on our property to accommodate a two-bell system,
Mhm.
can we do something on our property to eliminate the need for a two-bell
I
system?
think, yeah, Mr. Cole, that's part of the question that he was waiting to be answered, and I did call Tammy this morning, and I emailed you, I'm not sure you even saw it before you came in here. She's indicating to me that the traffic is so severe on Fayetteville Road, and the expected growth for that school in the next 3 years, she said, I've looked at it from every angle, she said, I do not see a way that we could avoid a two-tier schedule if you add any students there. And she said, you're gonna have to also probably build a stacking lane on the school site. So it's a big project. We got our hands full to get it done before next August.
Okay, so, all right.
All right, one last budget amendment for special revenue one. This is another standard entry to reflect carryover of the special revenue funds from the prior school year. I'm asking for this to be added to August consent.
Okay. Okay, so nothing for human resources, so that concludes the finance and HR committee, and do I have a motion to go to closed session?
So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Cook,
Second?
second by Ms. Smith, all in favor? Wait.
Alright, you can go.
All right, so we're back in session, returning from closed. Members, do I have a motion to approve the personnel recommendations?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
Second. Ms. Moffett, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That concludes our business today. Do I have a motion? I don't have to take a motion to
Adjourn.
adjourn. Yeah, that's right. So,
Okay, we don't want.
Okay, have a great day.
business is, we're done.